though. And there we go. Wonderful. All right. We did it. We did it. Hello. Welcome in. Nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a cooking stream. This was streamed live on Thursday, July 9th, 2026, sometime around noon. If you're watching after that point, this is a recording. Hello. Welcome in, and it's nice to have you. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you like cooking content. That is what we do here. I'm a home cook, a recipe developer. We do a lot on stream for vegetable forward family meals. We do a lot of meal prep. We also do recipe development. We do some baking, and occasionally we get out in the world for IRL streams. We do have a live chat happening. So if you are watching after the fact and you're like, what is he talking about? Your chat on the big screen is going to be down here, and your chat on the vertical screen is going to be right about here. Today we're doing a cookie from this cookbook, 108 Asian Cookies by Dr. Kat Lieu. This is the 5th cookie we've made out of this cookbook for our cookie club, and it is a Black Forest cookie. So let me show you what that is. We're going to get started. On this. We're going to make, I think, 4 batches. We're going to do a double and a double. So 2 batches, but double batches per batch. We're going to read through the cookie recipe first, but here's a look at what it's supposed to look like when we get to the end. I actually don't know what the size of this cookie is, but the batch says it makes 24 cookies. The size for the scoop, when you scoop them out, is 1 tablespoon. So I think we're gonna bake 1 like we usually do, and see what size that is. For the cookies, we need some ingredients. So let's make sure we have all of those out for stream today. Or for making the cookies, we have a tray full of ingredients here. These are ready to go. So let's just make sure. Also, we have these that didn't fit on the tray. So everything here is like pre-staged, but not measured or anything yet. So we need all-purpose flour. That is here. We need cocoa powder, unsweetened Dutch processed cocoa powder. That is this. It's all falling apart instantly. So this, and then where did that? Literally, I just like that. There it is. Okay, this chocolate bar took a dive onto the floor and was like, "We're leaving. Goodbye." So I have 3 things of cocoa powder because this one's pretty much empty. This one is and then these 2 are brand new. The recipe calls for, per recipe, it calls for a half a cup of cocoa powder. So that's 40 grams. Which is a lot, right? So we're going to use 2 cups of cocoa powder today. So I need 160 grams of cocoa powder. This says that it's 226. So I bought, we're going to use the rest of this. We're going to use most of this. This will probably end up back in the cabinet unopened. I bought it because I wasn't sure. So we have a baking soda, which is here. So let's move this off to the side. We have baking powder, which is here. Unsalted butter, softened. This is unsalted butter. It's been out on my counter since 9 a.m. So it's soft. It's like room temperature, but it's not. My house is also not like super hot right now, so it's got a bit of. It's the perfect soft. That's what that is. We need dark brown sugar. So I have some dark brown sugar, but it's a different type than this. So I'm gonna open this bag so that we have a consistent sugar So it's not two different types of dark brown sugar. Granulated sugar, which is going to be in here. So we have that. Red miso, which I have in the refrigerator because it needs to stay cold. An egg, which is also in the refrigerator. I'm going to get the egg out so that it is at room temperature. Japanese whiskey. So we don't have Japanese whiskey specifically, but I do have bourbon whiskey, which is... It is what it is. I didn't, again, I keep saying this every time I need Japanese whiskey, but I'm at the point where it would have been fine to just buy a bottle of Japanese whiskey. But I keep saying like, oh, I only use it in the baking every once in a while, and I don't really need to get the Japanese whiskey. I'll just get the small bottle because I don't really drink it. Well, at this point, this is like recipe number 5 that I've used whiskey, and I probably should have just bought the main bottle of regular whiskey, but whatever, it's fine. 1 bar of semi-sweet chocolate chopped. So we're making 4 versions of this recipe. So I have 4 semi-sweet chocolate bars. That looks like an extra bar. And a cup of chopped dried cherries. I don't know. I got dried cherries. So these are like good. They're ready to go. We'll chop those up. We'll chop the chocolate bar up. For coating and decorating, we need cacao nibs and granulated sugar, which we already have out on the counter. Maraschino cherries, Amarena or maraschino cherries. I didn't find Amarena cherries. I'm not really sure what those are specifically. But I got these cocktail cherries from Wegmans, so like maraschino cherry brand or maraschino cherry type. So I got these. We'll use those. And then it calls for confectioner sugar for dusting, which I have. It's in this bag because I ripped a little hole in the bag when I was opening it, and it has a weird, and it's spewing powdered sugar everywhere. So it's in a plastic bag. But that is all the ingredients we need. So I have everything. Let me get out the eggs because I mentioned it and I want to get them out now. Let me get them out now. I need 1 egg per recipe, so that's going to be 4 total eggs. And then we'll just put these back in there. We'll forget that they're in there. We'll pull this carton of eggs out of the fridge. They'll fall on the floor. I'll say a curse word or 2, and we'll just move along with life, and that's how it is. So we're ready to cook. Let me get my mixer out, I think, but let me scroll up and say hi. Though I saw a chat here. Quopi, hello, welcome in. Quopi, I've been enjoying your Instagram stories. I think they are. I bet that you would be a really fun coworker. That's my assumption. I'm like, wait, these are not from the desk in the vault. These are from like a desk. And I was like, I bet Quopi would be like a wild, not wild, like you'd be the coworker who I enjoyed talking to. That would be probably the only one, if I'm guessing. The only one I enjoyed talking to. I would talk to all of them because I'm very conversational, and they would talk to me because I'm very approachable, but I would secretly not like them. And sometimes not so secretly. Anyway, I'm a joy to work with. Carly says, I love the way whiskey tastes in baking. Yeah, it's very vanilla. So often some recipes will be like, if you don't have vanilla extract, use whiskey. Or if you don't have whiskey, use vanilla extract. This book, in fact, says like, if you don't have Japanese whiskey or whatever, you can't get it. Just use like American bourbon whiskey and it's totally fine. So I usually do. And that's fine. And it's fine. I think my coworkers are entertained and a little disturbed. Valid. A little disturbed is good. You want to keep people. You don't want people to be too comfortable with you. You want to be like, you gotta have a little mystery, right? I'm glad you secretly enjoy working with me, not secretly hate me. No, yeah, that's. I'm projecting. I'm pretty sure that I would probably actually enjoy that. Enjoy. Um, you you don't come off as the type of coworker who annoys me. Who annoys me. Um, but maybe I don't know. Listen, no promises, but I don't have a job, so don't take my advice. Don't take my opinion. Doesn't really count. Tardis, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being a tier 1 subscriber with the subscribe button. We love when people just hit the subscribe button. Those are the good ones. What did Robin Williams say? That's the good stuff. Although I think that was something about like poetry and not capitalism, but like whatever. Here we are. Give me money. Thank you for being a subscriber. I appreciate you. Raven, hello. Snickerdoodle, best cookie in my opinion. Snickerdoodles are good. They are a classic. They're a classic for a reason. I don't think I have a favorite cookie. I don't even think I would want to go proffer an opinion about having a favorite cookie, because most of the cookies I've ever had have been like have been my favorite while I was eating them. Like the cookie that someone else makes for me is usually better than the one that I make for myself. And whatever cookie I'm eating currently is definitely my favorite cookie in that moment. Ginger Snaps 9. Yeah. You know what I think of when I think of ginger snaps? I think of going to IKEA when I was a kid and getting the box of orange cookies and eating like all of them, and how like I was feeling, how I would feel sick and continue eating them because they were very good. And I remember dipping them in tea. Sab, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, July 9th, 2026. Carly says, my favorite cookie is my grandmother's oatmeal raisin. Yes. And there's like a nostalgic element to that. There's a family element to that. So it's not just the cookie that's the best. It's like, oh, someone I love made it. Thin and crispy, made with Crisco. Hell yeah. I love a recipe that's just like scoop out the Crisco. I feel like we've moved away from using like Crisco and lard in recipes, and we've lost something in our society because of it. But also it's probably a good thing that we don't like use lard as much in cooking, but I don't know. 9, my youngest asked for them for his birthday. That's super cute. I love a birthday cookie. My first farmer's market. Busy day ahead. Good luck. Good luck. What are you doing? What do you have planned for after the market? What kind of decompression do you have planned for yourself? Because that is the thing that's going to be important. It's like knowing what to do, and the market is a big thing, but then it's like, well, having something to look forward to and having a plan for how you're going to relax. Softball. Okay. Some folks would find that not at all relaxing. So I would enjoy that. I would enjoy that because it's like you're channeling your energy. Carly says, my grandma lived to be 1,000,000 years old. She was baking through many an economic crisis. And I have a bunch of cookbooks that were published not a bunch. I have 2 cookbooks that were published like literally the year the Great Depression started, and all of them are like lard-based ingredients. It's interesting. One of my favorite recipes in there was the fruit salad with homemade mayonnaise, and I was like, absolutely not. This is cursed to hell. You used to make chocolate cookies with Crisco. Yeah, I don't remember why. Because it's good. Because they're good. They really are. A tiny evening market. I love that. I love a tiny market. I bought, y'all, I earlier on Monday, remember on Monday when I was like, I gotta use up all this corn. You know what I did on Tuesday? I bought 12 more ears of corn. They're in the fridge. I was like, oh no. As I was doing it, I was like, I shouldn't be doing this. And then I did. It's okay. So we got our ingredients out for the cookies. Let's read. Let's read the blurb first. So Kat says, you're probably asking, what's so Asian about Black Forest desserts? Black Forest cake, after all, is a dessert traditionally associated with Germany and the West. But for as long as I remember, you could find Black Forest cakes in East Asian bakeries. It was always a little funny to see this cake next to mooncakes, pork floss buns, and egg tarts, like it was an outlier or an other. Kind of like me growing up, the only Asian girl in my entire elementary school cohort. My father always chose Black Forest cake as his favorite, and now my son has the same love. It's the cake he wants for all his birthdays. Naturally, I couldn't help but turn the favorite of both my late father and my son into a cookie and include it in this celebration chapter. Sab, good luck with your market today. I hope it's successful. I know you've been talking about preparing for it and have been preparing for it, and I hope that things go as you planned. Corn jelly redemption stream. Oh yeah, right. Oh God, so I forgot about the corn jelly. The corn jelly was so bad. I didn't put enough gelatin in it. That was the issue. It just it never solidified. It was just like thick corn juice. Not great. Can't resist seasoned corn. No, 9. And what'll happen is if I don't actually cook with it, I'll just cut it off the cob and freeze it. Okay, so make the cookies. Whisk the flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, and baking soda together in a medium bowl and set aside. Using a stand mixer fitted with a paddle attachment, cream the butter, sugars, and miso together until light and fluffy. Scrape down the sides and bottom of the bowl as needed. Add the egg and Japanese whiskey and mix until well incorporated. Add the flour mixture and mix on low speed until just until a soft dough forms. Fold in the chocolate and dried cherries. Cover and refrigerate the dough for at least 30 minutes. About 30 minutes before baking, adjust the racks in the oven. Okay, so we're good. Line baking sheets with parchment paper. Scoop a tablespoon of dough and shape into a ball. Roll in the cacao nibs to coat thoroughly, and then roll in the granulated sugar. Repeat to form and coat 24 balls, placing them on the prepared baking sheet about 2 inches apart. Press an amarena or maraschino cherry in half. Press a cherry half into the center of each dough ball. Bake the cookies about 10 minutes. The centers are meant to be soft, it says. Remove from the oven and tap the baking sheet against the counter to flatten the cookies slightly. Allow the cookies to set on the baking sheet for a few minutes before transferring them to a rack to cool completely. Dust the cookies with confectioner sugar to represent the cream in Black Forest cakes. Variations. Rum, cognac, whiskey, or bourbon can be substituted for the Japanese whiskey. For a more tender cookie, use cake flour instead of all-purpose flour. Storage. We're not storing these. Cool. So these are relatively easy. They cook, you mix everything in a stand mixer and then you refrigerate it. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this all in a stand mixer. First, we're going to measure out our ingredients for 2 double batches. And then like all the dry ingredients, all the wet ingredients, we're going to measure and put into quart containers. So we're going to measure. First, we're going to do all of our mise en place. Then we're going to make the first batch of cookies. We'll put those in a separate, we'll put those in a big bowl and then put that in the refrigerator. We'll put that in the refrigerator while we make the second round of that. And then when we finish the second round, we'll put that one in the fridge in the mixing bowl this time because we're not going to, because we can. And when that is done, when we're finished mixing the second batch, we will scoop the first and start baking. And certainly by the time that we're finished baking the first batch, it'll have been time to start the second. So this all seems relatively straightforward. I think that this looks like I can do all of it in the stand mixer at once because I hold on. Cream, the butter, sugars, and miso. Add the egg and whiskey. Add the flour. Mix on low speed. Oh, fold in the chocolate and dried cherries. Okay, I think I don't even know if I read that part. I was like, wait, where's the chocolate supposed to be in here? There it is. Okay, so what we will do is all of these ingredients, with the exception of the like half teaspoons of things, have weights associated with them. So this all makes it super easy. So we should be able to do a double. We should be able to do double batches of this in the stand mixer. If it gets, if I start making this in the stand mixer and it looks like it's going to be too much, this recipe does give the option to do all of this with a hand mixer in a larger bowl. So that's fine. Like I'm confident we can just do 2 double batches. I don't really want to do like all of this in one big bowl because that feels like too much. So we're going to do 2 doubles. So we're going to flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, and baking soda. That's 1 container. When I say 1, I mean I'm doubling. So I'm going to double all of this because we're doing 2 batches. Butter, sugar, miso, egg and whiskey, chocolate and dried cherries. Okay, so I need 2 large, 2 small. So 4 of each. All right. Sometimes when I talk, I'm like, there's no way that anyone understands this. I'm like half in my head and half saying it out loud. So sorry if this is confusing. I'm not confused. I'm only a little bit confused. It's fine. It's science. Okay, we got it. This is going to be like per batch. Science! So we have 2 and 2. Good. All right, let's turn this overhead camera on so we can actually see a little bit of things. And we're going to measure all of our dries first. So we have a weight-based for everything. So I need 2. So if we're doubling, again, I'm going to keep saying that we're doubling things because I need to keep that in mind. 120 grams of all-purpose flour times 2 is 240 grams per container. So we are tared and at 0, and away we go. 240 grams per container. That's too much. 23, 37, 242. 41 and 39, 240. Second container. Tear that, and 240 in that one. 195, 210, 227, 239. Almost nailed it. 240. Okay, so we're good. Oh, we're good on the flour. I actually don't need any more flour, so I'm going to move the things that I don't need all the way over here because we're going to load those back into the cabinet before we start the actual baking process, so I have room on the counter. So flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, and baking soda. Flour, cocoa powder. So we need 80 grams of cocoa powder, sifted, it says. So here's what we're going to do with this. I'm going to open a new batch of cocoa powder. And we're going to do this. I've got this not old. I've got my previous container. It says sifted. Going to actually do that because sifting is sort of a specific, like, you know, it's a specific thing. So I want to actually honor the intention of the recipe. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to measure out 4, 8, 12, 16. I'm going to measure out all of the cocoa powder. Whoop. Or I'm dumping I dumped all of the cocoa powder into here. That was a lot. And then once I've sort of sifted all of this, I'm going to scoop it out of this bowl into the containers with a spoon. Because there's no real good way to like sift this into individual containers. It's kind of, it would end up being a mess. So I'm going to do this as a two-part step here. Now, why do you sift it? Well, come take a look at what's in this right here. So that, what's in there right now, that is little pellets and chunks. So this cocoa powder is good. It's fresh. You just watched me open it. But that's why you sift. Cocoa nuggets, right. So we're gonna get all those out of here. And I could do this with a spoon, but it's so much more fun to do it with the little spinny things. Somehow it feels more satisfying to do it with the spinny things. Although in a moment here, I'm gonna get the spoon. I also there's this cocoa powder all over my counter now. So that's fun. Fall guys, hello, welcome. But yeah, this is sifted now. And then we'll put we'll put all of this. Some of this goes back in the container. Most of this will go into my ingredients. Some of this will go back in the container. Don't worry,
I know what I'm doing.
Good.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Blast radius of that. That is intense. Okay, so I'm going to tear this here. So I need 80 grams of cocoa powder per container. So this is already sifted, so we're just scooping until we get to 80. $77, $78, $80. Beautiful. Okay, let's do this one. Yeah, this is, Fall Guys, I can taste it in the air. This is definitely been sifted. And the rest of this, I'm just going to put back in the container, obviously, because I didn't need to sift all of it. I actually didn't even need to buy this separate container that I bought today. But the liquor store and the grocery store are next to each other. So I was like, I don't know if I need more cocoa powder than what I have. So let's just get it anyway. And if I don't need it, I will just have it for next time. Because it takes a long time to go bad, and especially when it's unopened. All right, so this is just the rest of it. Perfect. All right. So I'm gonna wipe my counter here. Phil Collins, right? He's if you're a fan of Phil Collins, you probably need to take a multivitamin every day. And if you don't, you probably should. Okay, let's go ahead and we're gonna clear this counter of cocoa powder. There we go. Dan, thank you for being a subscriber. 19 months. I appreciate you. We're making our cookies today, Dan. This is a cookie club day. All right, that cocoa powder is in. So now we get to baking powder, baking soda. whisk together the flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, and baking soda. So we have, hold on, this book stand is not working for me. There we go. Teaspoon of baking powder and a teaspoon of baking soda. So that is doubled because it says a half teaspoon of each. So we're doing a full teaspoon of each. That's 1 and 1. 2 and 2. Okay, so these are my dries. That's all of my dry ingredients. I'm gonna get another little cup here so I can set my measuring implements in. And then it says whisk those together. So let's get a little whisk and combine these. Kind of as much as possible. There's I'm not going to combine completely, but we'll get as much incorporated as we can. This would be easier in a bowl, but I'm doing ingredient prep, so we're using quart containers today. There we go. I'm actually going to get a spoon, a long spoon, so we can dig out the bottom of this. You can see it's like just the bottom where the whisk can't reach on the edges. So we're going to get a spoon and kind of move that into the center, and then we'll whisk a little bit again. We're just doing the whisking together is sort of is important in the sense that it when you add the dry ingredients, you incorporate them, but only till they're just incorporated. And if they're already stirred together like this, it is easier to do that, and you don't have to mix it for quite as long. Cyber, welcome in. Happy Thursday. We're making Black Forest cookies today. They're exciting. I'm excited about them. I am measuring out all my ingredients right now. So we're getting everything together first before actually starting any baking. Okay. We've whisked together the flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, and baking soda. And setting aside, we're going to whisk together the butter, sugars, and miso. So let me get my sugars measured out. We'll get the sugars in the container, and then we'll measure out the miso because the miso is sticky. So that's going to, I'll just kind of put that on top of the butter. That way it doesn't stick to the inside of the container. Sugars, we have 67 grams of granulated sugar times 2. That's 120 plus 14. So 134 grams of sugar. Yeah, 134 grams of sugar per container. This is just granulated sugar. We also have brown sugar, so we'll add that next. What did I say, 134? Yeah. 131, 32, 33, 34, 134. Next container. 130, 20, 58, 77, 96, 115. So it's about 19 grams per scoop. Oh, 134 on the nose. Beautiful. Okay, so now we measure out our brown sugar, and I'm opening a new bag of brown sugar today because I have brown sugar in the cabinet already, but it's not enough for both recipes. And it's like dark brown sugar, but it's not. It's from the bulk section at the Head Nut and Reading Terminal, and I just want to use a consistent type of sugar so that all the batches are the same. So 133 grams per batch. That's 266 grams of brown sugar per container. $144, $188, $227, $240, $250, $254, $62, $64, $65, $66. 266 grams of sugar. Nums, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good one. I'm making cookies today. We're doing Black Forest cookies. They are from the 108 Asian Cookies cookbook. Again, I've been very happy with this cookbook, and I think I was saying this in Discord last night in the cookie chat channel. I think this might be the last month that I make Cookie Club cookies from this book. It's certainly not going to be the last time I cook from this book. I feel like this is month 5. I might end up doing one more because I do like the idea of doing like a 6-month sort of cycle from a book. But I also have lots of good suggestions. The subtle Asian, yeah. That's the name of her YouTube channel too. Subtle Asian Baking or is it cooking or baking? I don't know which. I forget. One of them is on YouTube. I tagged it on YouTube in the YouTube broadcast today. I know. Yeah, I saw this book. This book I encountered online. I found, or I came across her Instagram account. I forget if it was her exactly, or I don't actually remember where this cookbook, I don't remember how this cookbook entered my awareness. But I remember becoming aware of it before it came out and being like, that looks awesome. And I want that. And I got it when it came out, and it has been really great. It has been really great. All right, so hold on. 2 teaspoons. Remember when we did this math before? We're going to do it again. Okay, so 3 teaspoons is a tablespoon. I need 2 tablespoons. So that's 2 for 6 teaspoons. If 2 teaspoons is 10 grams, that means I need 30 grams total. Okay, 30 grams of red miso. I've made a bunch of cookies from here, and they've all been really good. I've been very happy with them, and I appreciate the the difference that has, like, just the little, I mean, and the little differences that, like, you could apply to other recipes too. Like, hey, you just go ahead and use miso instead of salt. Okay, easy. Like, I'll do that in soups too, or like, kind of in a lot of other places. And I I think that it's been interesting to cook from these, because like some of the stuff isn't it's not super different from like this Black Forest cookie is not very different from a Black Forest cookie like on some blog somewhere, but it's different enough. And also, it gives me the opportunity to use up the red miso that I bought for the other cookies that we made. You still add soy sauce and doenjang for salt almost every meal. It's good. I mean, listen, some people don't even use salt, so you're already ahead. Okay, so we're creaming the butter and sugars and miso together into light and fluffy. So also we've got butters here. So these butters are we're like starting to line things up. Egg and whiskey. So we're adding two eggs, and then how much whiskey? A tablespoon of whiskey. Okay, so that's 2 tablespoons of whiskey. Let me get out my compost bin. So I'm gonna toss the egg shells in here. I wash my hands so we can crack eggs. Oh, it's raining. That's fun. I didn't know it was supposed to rain today. The sodium aspect is more important than how it gets it. No, this is true. I think it's one of the things that I always find it kind of funny when I'm like working on a recipe to not necessarily measure the salt, but like it's so like personal preference based that especially for like savory cooking, right? For baking, I don't know. I think it's a little bit more clear. But I always find it funny when I'm like working on a new recipe and I'm like, okay, how much salt do I need to put, how much salt should this recipe call for? Because I can't just be like seasoned to taste because like then they won't. And they'll be like, this is bland. Like, yup. But I always think it's funny when I'll like season something. And when I'm working on actually like writing a recipe, I'm like, okay, I can't just put a pinch in there. I have to measure out like, oh, that was a 1/4 teaspoon, like over and over and over and over. And generally speaking, if I'm cooking for myself, like I would never, ever, ever measure the salt. I would just put salt in until it tasted good. Like, how much salt was that? I don't know, like 4 pinches. What does that mean? I don't know. It depends how much I pinched off today. Like, so it is kind of funny, but people won't, if you don't put it in a recipe, people won't do it. Because I think some people are scared to salt, or I think it's not even necessarily that they're like scared to do it. It's like if someone's following a recipe, they might not think to themselves, oh, this doesn't have salt in it, I should probably add that. Like, they might just not do it. I also am remembering right now that the last time we had a baking cabinet clean out stream, I put a bottle of whiskey in my baking cabinet. Oh shit, I didn't even need to buy whiskey. God damn it. It's fine. I thought I didn't have any whiskey, but I do. So let's use this up first. We need 2 tablespoons of this. A tablespoon is 15 milliliters. I think a tablespoon is probably right. 15 grams is 15 milliliters. I'm pretty sure this is the same density as water, but like we're going to measure it anyway, just in case. Yeah, 15 milliliters. Okay, so 30 grams of whiskey per Little John. Tardis. Oh, hi indeed. Hello, hello. So the 2 ingredients that I thought that I needed for today and I went out specifically to purchase, I actually didn't need because I had them. And that's okay. Instead of having 1 bottle of whiskey with a little bit left in it, we have 1 bottle of whiskey with a little left in it and a whole unopened one, which is great in case, I don't know, I'll just be using this forever. It's not like it goes bad, so not worried about it. Okay, so we have our egg. Egg and whiskey are together. Fold in the chocolate and dried cherries. Okay, so next we have 113 2 bars of semi-sweet chocolate and 2 cups of chopped dried cherries. So I actually need a larger container for those. Let me get 2 more quart containers. And we're going to chop the chocolate and we're going to chop the dried cherries. And then we will also we're going to cut the maraschino cherries in half now before we get to the point where we need them, because I just want to have everything done. I want to have everything mise en place ready to go. I don't want anything like left to do after this the prep steps. I don't want to have to cut cherries like an hour from now or several hours from now. But I've got like some dry ingredients on the counter. Let me like get this. There we go. Okay. Everything is good here. We're going to chop. Let's do the dried cherries first, and then we'll do the chocolate, because the chocolate kind of gets all over the place and the dried cherries are less. Use a larger cutting board and a larger knife. The dried cherries are not going to get everywhere. They also have less of a impact on my cutting board. Okay, there we go. Dried cherries. So we need 300 grams of dried cherries. I could probably put these in the food processor, but I kind of just I'm just going to chop them because I'm here and I'm doing the thing. So this container says it's 255 grams. So we're going to need to open a second container for these. I bought 4 containers because I was like, well, what happens if it doesn't? What happens if it's less? Okay, so 300 grams of dried cherries is that. This is 300, another container. So I'm measuring these first, and then we're going to chop them after the fact. These are Wegmans brand sweetened dried. Okay, well that's fun because this one says sweetened dried cranberries. 2 of them are cranberries and 2 of them are cherries. Son of a bitch. Okay. Well, I'm not sure which one was which. So these are cherries. I can tell because they smell like cherries. These smell like cranberries, and I don't know which. So I didn't look at these before I opened them up. I opened 1 cherry and 1 cranberry. So here's what we're gonna do. Cringing Dragon, cranberry. Hello. Here's what we are gonna do. I'm gonna open the second thing of cherries. I am going to dump these, some of them are cranberries, some of them are cherries. I'm gonna dump them all into a big bowl. We're gonna mix them all up, and we're gonna use both. And it'll be fine. I'm going to dump this thing of cherries in here so that we have 2/3 cherries and 1/3 cranberries. And then, yeah, I don't know why I got whatever. I didn't. I ordered these, so someone else did the shopping for these, and I just didn't look at them. So that is on me, and that's okay. We're good. We're fine. I'm not gonna fret about it. And honestly, these are gonna be super chocolatey and good anyway, so I don't really care. Okay, and we're not gonna talk about it again. Tardis says, what do you what do you have on your nails? The color is gorgeous. This is a what was the color of this name? I think the color was royal blue. And so they're like a sparkly sort of they're not really sparkly, but depending on the angle, they look a little fluorescent. And it's on all of them. So I intended to get a manicure pedicure for Father's Day, but my place that I go was closed on Father's Day. So I went on Tuesday of this week. And I was like, I don't want to do gel on my fingers. I kind of just want to like let them be, my nails look so good right now and they're fine. I don't need gel. And then I like got to I got like, they finished the pedicure and I was like, you know what? We're going to do gel on the nails too. Cause I don't want them to flake off in like 3 days. And every time I get a manicure without gel, it just it's like it's done. It cracks. It's awful. Like very shortly afterwards. So we did that. And I got the blue. I got blue because Calvin is going, we have a karate thing coming up next week. And he is a blue belt. So I got blue for like support. I don't know. Not that he cares or needs that or anyone will know. I think y'all are the only people I've said that out loud to. That's the reason I got blue is for that. Okay. There we go. Okay, perfect. We have a cran cherry mixture here. Let's chop these. And so that I don't get my hand all sticky, I'm going to use a glove for this because I'll end up just like being annoyed if my hand has like cranberries all over it. Or cherries, or both, specifically both. But it says chopped, so I don't know how chopped they need to be. It didn't say anything about a food processor, so I'm just going to like rough chop these, and that should be plenty. Because these are not big to begin with, and I think it's fine to just like, I think it's fine if some of them aren't chopped, but we'll do 2 passes through the pile, and that should be plenty. And then we'll do the chocolate next, and when we're done that, we'll do the maraschino cherries, and then everything will be, everything that needs prepping will be prepped, and we can start the baking. We can start the mixing process. And then 30 minutes after we finish the first mixing process, we can start the baking process. Okay, so this is looking good. We got some big chunks and we got some little chunks, and I think that that's perfect. So let's put these back in the quart container. And the chocolate is a little easier to measure out because it's like one bar per batch. So I don't need to measure it first. I can just put the bar on the cutting board and then dump it in. Velos, welcome in. Hello. Go to sleep. A very long nap. I love a long nap. A long nap is a nice thing to be able to do. I thought about napping every day this week, but I haven't. And I kind of wish I had, but I didn't. Hey, 360 check-ins. I heard the horn. I heard it go. That is a Cookie Club entry. Love to see it. 360. Fellas, we've come full circle. That was a geometry check-in joke. Terrible. I'm so sorry for that terrible joke. Reset procedure for the fridge, waited 24 hours. Seems to be working. Wow. What does that do for your refrigerator? It just like resets the condenser or the coolant system? Just like the fridge is like, I'm tired, boss. I need a rest. Like, okay, I got you. Every once in a while, the fridge just needs a little vacation. That's funny. I've never heard of doing that, but also I haven't needed to. So unplug it and defrost. Yeah. Let it rest and then see if it works again. I mean, hey, that sounds reasonable to me. Moondice, welcome in. Hello. Shayna, hello. Welcome. Happy Thursday, y'all. It's Thursday. We're making cookies today. We're doing Black Forest cookies. Right now, I have most of my ingredients ready to go. They're on the counter to your left, my right. And we're chopping some dried cherries. And next, we're going to chop some chocolate. Then we're going to chop some maraschino cherries. And then we'll be ready to bake. High heat and high humidity. Okay. I mean, electronics don't love high heat. It's not a good, it's not always great. Even indoor electronics, like if your house or, where if wherever the fridge is located is hotter than normal, that would make sense to me. So we need semi-sweet chocolate chops. This is basically you need the entire bar. So we're going to do 2 per batch because it calls for 2. Yeah, I don't have a bunch of food. Did you like put ice in it, or did you ice it in some capacity to make it like chill quicker, or did you just like let it see if it worked on its own? I had a scare the other day. My oven like wasn't turning on, and I was like, uh-oh, like what happens if my oven doesn't work? That would be really bad. It did come on eventually, but I feel like it was a similar, I don't know, it might have been a similar thing where it was like just the heat or something, I don't know, it was affected somehow. But it's working now. I turned it on before stream started today, so I would know if it was like, I would know if I was going to be in trouble. It worked. It's on. It's completely preheated at this point. So I also turned it on early so that it would have been preheating for a while. So it was like a consistent heat. And I could get my pizza stone in there heated up because, when you open and close the oven a bunch and the heat goes out, it like changes the thing. Anyway, I like to preheat the oven a bit on Cookie Club Day. So, we should have 227 grams of chocolate, roughly. Not roughly. That is an exact number. We'll probably have slightly less than that because of the amount that's like is now dust on the board. But we are folding in the chocolate and cherries together. So I'm putting all of those in a container together. So that's 2 chocolate bars. And 2 more for my next batch. And then that is all of the solids that I need to start the baking process. But we are going to, as I said, do the maraschino cherries, which I don't need for the dough, but I do need for the recipe. So we're going to cut those and then just put all of those in a quart container and move along after that. So we have 2, 40. I'll have to get 48. I'll cut 48 cherries in half. That's the goal. Because if I'm doing 4 batches, 24 cookies per batch, half a cherry per cookie, and they're whole cherries. So we did doing some mental math here. But cherries are easy to cut. I say now. Hopefully they're pitted. If they're not pitted, we're not using them. I'll say that too, because we're not doing that. If they're not pitted, we're not pitting 40 plus cherries for these. We can just put a little extra dried cherry on the top and call it what it is. The maraschino cherries go on before baking, just as you're putting them in the oven. Angry Rook, welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good one. A good Thursday. And if you're not, well, suffer? I don't know. If you're not, I hope it improves. And if it doesn't improve, I hope it's at least tolerable. Okay. That is a good enough chop. And let's get this into the container. I'm also using a glove for the chocolate because it melts less on my hand. Well, the thing with the chopping chocolate like this is eventually you pick enough of it up, your hand is just covered in chocolate. But with the glove, it's kind of nice. It's still melting on my hand a little bit, but at least it's not on my hand. On my hand directly. Okay, cool. That's chopped and good. I'm going to use a different cutting board for the cherries and a different knife because this one is done up with dried cherries and dried chocolate. Amy G, welcome in. Happy Thursday. The ice maker started working again. Took the ice from the ice maker, put it in the metal bowl, and put that in the fridge part. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking about this about like what we have talked about previously with like pre-icing your camping cooler, and sort of like the efficiency of that, and how that would probably, like, if I was trying to cool my fridge back down, I would probably do that. When I plugged my basement freezer back in, my like storage chest freezer, I did put a bunch of like quart containers in there with water in it so that it would hold temp. And then when I finally ordered, kind of re-upped on my frozen foods from Costco, I took them out again so I had space. A 16-year-old fridge. Yeah, I was telling Gwen, I was like, our oven's like not working very well, and she was like, yeah, they only last like, X number of years. And I was like, that's insane. Like, I feel like an appliance like that should last forever, right? Not forever, but it should. 16 years is like, doesn't seem like that much for an appliance that just does one thing. It just it keeps things cool, right? Like, what else does it do? So cherries are next. That's the last thing we have to cut. And like, there's still like refrigerators out there from 1950 just chugging along in some garage with like, beers in them or something, like, not, and like, it's the new ones are the ones with the issues. Okay. So cherries, we have cacao nibs and granulated sugar, and then 12, 24. So I need 48 cherries. So this is a lot. That's a lot of cherries. I'm going to put these, I'm just going to dump these out into a sieve over top of a bowl. I'll just put these over top of a bowl. So the liquid can drain off of these. And they're a little easier to manage as well. Because I don't know how many are in this container, but it's probably going to use container, this jar. I'm probably going to use both jars of this for these. And I'm also going to get gloves for this process because it's a little bit, it's sticky and, you know, I'd rather not. Let's open that other jar because I know I'm going to need it. And that way I can just dump it out when it's time. I might as well just dump both of them out now, but not as much room, not enough room in the sieve. Okay, so let's see. I said 24 cherries. 24 cherries per batch that we have. Now these get halved. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so I am going to need this next jar, so we'll just dump that out at the same time, and then when we're done, we'll just put them all back in one jar. The leftovers back in one jar and refill it with whatever sauce came out of the bottom. Okay, so what's on the cutting board is for batch number 1. So we're just going to go ahead and cut these in half. As many, I'm going to do 2 at a time. This is definitely easier with a sharp knife, which is what I have, because we sharpened our knives recently. So we're prepping these. These get pressed into the tops of the cookies right before they go in the oven. So I don't need these for the actual dough making process, but again, I just want to get them to the point where they are where I don't have any more prep work to do, where I can take all of my ingredients and take them off the counter, and with the exception of the chocolate and the sugar that I am going to roll the cookie bowls in, everything else I just want to be able to take off the counter and have back in the cabinet, so it's not visual clutter, not in the way clutter, and I have that space for my cooling racks, my cookie cooling racks. So these are all the maraschino cherries for batch 1, and then we have 24 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so these are batch 1. This is going to be for batch 2. All right, we're making good progress here. Time check. 13:21. Okay, perfect. 2, 3, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so I have 4 hours that I can, yeah, I think 4 hours should be plenty to get these cookies baked and packaged. Again, this is why we started at 11, because I know me, and I know that things take a little longer than I think. And also, these cookies actually have a little bit more prep, like this type of thing, like chopping chocolate, chopping cherries, cutting cherries, rolling the cookie balls in chocolate and sugar. Like, there's a few more little like nitpicky types of steps here, which aren't difficult, but are more time consuming. So aware that is the case. All right, let's get these into a container, and then the rest of them I'm going to put back into one of the jars, because what else am I going to do with them? I'm not going to stand here and eat them. That would be a bit unhinged. If someone gives if someone gives 10 subs right now, I'll eat the rest of this jar of maraschino cherries. Dude, if you drank the, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. Please don't do that. What would happen if you just drank all the syrup out of here? That would be awful, right? That would be terrible. Joe, welcome in. Hello. I'm going to pour the rest of the syrup in here, though, because this syrup, I feel like I would use. Like, this is a thing that I would pour in ginger ale. We were talking about ginger ale earlier, much earlier, right at the beginning of the stream. I feel like I would, it's like a simple syrup. Like, this is definitely very much like that. Okay, so the cherries. Artists, I would be sick of maraschino cherries. When I was a kid, I used to love these. There was a thing that my mom made that I actually have a recipe. There's a recipe for that. If you click on command recipes and find under the dessert section the Rosa Marina salad, that uses maraschino cherries as well as canned sweet oranges. So it uses cherries and oranges, orzo and Cool Whip, essentially. And it is definitely a dessert. And my mom used to make that when I was a kid. And I remember the maraschino cherries, there was always like, you know, she wouldn't use all the cherries, and there would be a jar of maraschino cherries left over, and I would just eat them. And so that I have good associations with them. It sounds weird. It is kind of weird. And it's interesting because somebody left a review on it a while ago that was like very, very negative and was like, this didn't work at all. And I was like, okay, but like, did you follow the recipe? Like, because it does work, and I tested it multiple times, and like several other people tested it. And I, you know, there's someone else reviewed it and was like, this isn't what did they say? They're like, this isn't a pudding. And it's like, yeah, obviously it's not a pudding. Nobody said it was a pudding. Like, what do you mean? So it was interesting because it got like not great reviews for reasons that had nothing to do with the taste. You make the one kind of odd thing about it is that it does use an egg, and you make like a sweet sauce. You heat it like you're on the stove. It's like egg and sugar, and you make like a syrup essentially. And that goes over top of the whole thing. And it's like it's a summer, I would call it a summer salad. Like, it's the type of thing that you like bring to a picnic and like put it on ice. It's kind of light. It's a little fluffy. It's got it's definitely a dessert, very much a dessert. But yeah, folks didn't seem, at least one or two people didn't like it, and I was like, I don't know what your problem is, but okay, fair. It's very retro. It feels retro is, I think, the actual word for it. But yeah, the recipe for it is on the website. If you click through that recipes link and then find Rosa Marina salad and click that, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a very it's an interesting recipe. It is kind of unique. 9, you made your own maraschino cherries. I don't even know what maraschino cherries are. Can I be honest? Like, I have no idea how they come about or what the process is. I'm assuming that they're like cooked in some capacity. Pitting cherries. You know what I use for pitting cherries? I don't have a gadget. I use a straw. I use one of these metal straws. Maraschino is a liqueur. Cringing Dragon. Thank you. Okay, so they are soaked in liquor? Wait, are these like alcoholic? I didn't know that. Okay. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're getting cooked, so who cares? A European bean. That's cool. Cool Whip is very, Yeah, it is. It does sound American. It is very American. It's like I would call it a retro salad. So it's not alcoholic. Okay. Soaked in liquor, but not the ones you get in the US. Right. They're soaked in red dye number 40. Right. I'm pretty sure the ingredients in this are like corn syrup and cherries, and that's kind of it. A chopstick. Yeah. Chopsticks work. I will tell you, I use this. I use a metal straw. And the reason I like the straw is that it catches the pit. The chopstick, like the pit hits it and sort of bounces off the side. It like the pit like kind of slides around it. The straw like net positions like on the round pit and like pushes it through. And also it's really fun because when you're finished pitting like a whole bunch of cherries, you just take the straw and you like suck in, and it's like a bunch of like cherry pulp. Is that weird? I don't know. I'm against single-use kitchen things, Cyrus says, but I have a little thing that pits 6 cherries at a time. Yeah, see, that's the exact type of thing that you would use. Right? I am with you on the single-use gadget. I'm with you on the single-use gadgets. I don't like them either. I don't like them, and it seems this has happened to me a bunch of times, or it's happened to me several times where like someone has purchased a gift for me, right? And it's like a single-use kitchen gadget, and I'm like, I'm glad that you thought of me, and I'm glad that you thought of me with regard to cooking because that makes me happy. But I am literally never going to use this thing. Like, I'm never going to use it. I'm going to put it in the cabinet with the other single-use gadgets, and I'm never going to use it because I have a knife and I don't need it. And it's like no shade against that person, but I'm just not. Okay, so we have all of our ingredients together. Let's combine all the things now. Luxardo, yeah. If I was making maraschino cherries myself, I would definitely use real liquor in them. Liquor. I would. I don't drink, but I don't drink, but I also like don't avoid things with alcohol in them because my reasons for not drinking have nothing to do with culture, religion, or other sort of like abstinence-based beliefs. My reasons for not drinking are I don't really want to, and I don't like having something like that with alcohol in it. It's just like a part of the thing doesn't bother me. It's not going to make me want to go have a beer, you know? So I don't have any like moral or ethical obligation or reasons for not drinking. It's all very like personal. So I would definitely, in a scenario like that, where it's like, this is the best, not the best, but this is like an original version or sort of the classic and best version of the thing, I would definitely do that. Sounds delightful, honestly. Yeah, Cyber, I love the idea. And yeah, you're right. If you're using like a volume-based processing of the thing, like the cherry pitter is like, you have to. It does trigger some people though. Yeah, totally. And I can totally respect that. Like I know for myself it wouldn't, but if you, I don't even like, yeah, if you don't drink alcohol for a religious reason, then having like alcoholic cherries is not an option. If you have a history of alcoholism and like don't want any type of thing in your body that is alcohol, then that makes sense to me too. You know, I personally stopped drinking because I wasn't drinking enough to like be drunk. Like I was never drunk, but I had a drink, like one every day, and that just wasn't serving me. I didn't like need to do that. And I'm like, okay, I'm not getting anything out of this. It costs money. And at the age that I was when I stopped, I was like, if I have like a glass of wine, I feel kind of crappy in the morning. And that's like every morning. So why bother at all? Was my thought. So like now I'm at a point where occasionally, like if Gwen has, if Gwen has a cocktail, or she's like, got a beer that she's, or something that she's drinking that she's really into, and she's like, oh, this is really good. Like I'll have a sip of it. It doesn't bother me to do that. And because I don't have any, physical or specific reason, I don't mind. So with the cherry type of thing, I would be fine. Like I would be like, all right, I'll just, I'm not going to eat the jar of them or drink, shots of the juice, but I would still like use them in cooking or something. Broccoli, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, like I'll have bitters. I will have like a shake or two of bitters in a beverage, in a non-alcoholic beverage now, even though bitters are alcoholic, they have alcohol in them. But that doesn't hit the same way. That's sort of a very different there's a very different situation than like having a glass of, a glass of whiskey or like a beer or something like that. To me anyway. Some people would be like, no, of course that is. You're not sober. Well, like, okay, cool. You know how much bitters you have to drink to be not sober? Camille says, I've been drunk once in my life and I hated it. More of a THC girl. Like totally. And I can definitely understand that. Cream the butter, sugar, and miso until light and fluffy. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We have the miso, butter, and sugars. You cream these together until light and fluffy. That should take like 2 or 3 minutes. Butter is at room temperature. It's not melty, but it's definitely completely room temperature and soft. Steam the veg with bitters. No, I don't know. That feels weird to me. I don't cook with bitters. I do have them in a drink every once in a while. Like that's a thing that I'll do with, we were talking about ginger ale earlier. If I have like a simple syrup that I've made, I will occasionally put I'll have like a ginger ale with a simple syrup and like a dash of bitters in it, which is totally acceptable to me. Camille, I feel like a lot of people now are more on in your mindset of like, like THC is sort of the move now. I feel like I know a lot of people are also into just like non-alcoholic stuff, non-alcoholic beers and cocktails and liquors and all that. And it's interesting to me. I've had 2 friends recently that I found out had stopped drinking. And both of them are like, yeah, we love NA beers now. Like we just do that and it's like a lot better. And it's interesting because there's like 2 friends who I would say drinking was like part of their character. And one of them specifically was like, recognized that fact about themselves and was like, people see me as someone who just is drunk all the time. And so I want to stop and like kind of get my shit together. And I was like, you're right. That is how I see you. Not going to not be your friend over it, but it is how I see you. That specific person. It does make me, it does give me pause around like socializing with that person in certain circumstances. So it was an interesting like, oh, cool, that's good for you. 9 says THC and I don't get along anymore. That's valid. Yeah, it doesn't work for a lot of people. Vanilla extract contains alcohol. Totally, broccoli. Yeah, and I'm not gonna drink that straight either. I might try it. I've tried it like just on a little like spoon. Not if you get the fake stuff. Yeah, 9, and that's sort of. I mean, it's interesting because for a lot of our social cues and things that we do as a society are based around drinking. You know, there's the like, it's ubiquitous. Drinking is just ubiquitous at at events, at parties, in people's houses. It's so normal. And I don't have a like moral or ethical issue with that. I have an issue around like advertising it to children or like very young adults. You know, I think that when I say very young adults, I mean like 20-year-olds. um, but it is definitely just part of the culture. And when you stop, it's hard. Like when I stopped, it was awkward. Like it was awkward. I had some moments and occasions and times that were like hard, and they were only made difficult by the fact that I wasn't drinking. Like, I have a trip that I go on with a bunch of friends every year, and like everybody on that trip drinks. And the first year I didn't, not everybody anymore, but the first year that I didn't drink, I was the only one who wasn't drinking. And it was like by 10 p.m. I was like, oh, this is a shit show. I'm going to bed. Okay, so this is about 2.5 minutes worth of mixing. So flag that one for the future. Scrape down the sides of the bottom, add the egg and whiskey, and mix until well incorporated. Okay, so we're adding the egg and whiskey. Yeah, the social aspect is wild to me. It's like if you're a smoker and you go out for your like a smoke break every hour, right? If you don't smoke, but you just like go stand outside for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, like at work, that's like, it's weird to just go outside and stand there for 10 minutes, but it's not weird if you're smoking, which I think also has changed a little bit in the past, I don't know, decade or so. I see a lot less people smoking. Now I see everybody like does the Zyn, like the nicotine pouches. I saw like a bunch of them in the bathroom today at the gym, and I was like, who the fuck spits nicotine pouches out on the floor? Like, you absolute pieces of shit. I was so annoyed. Anyway, we've got the egg and the whiskey in. Add the flour mixture and mix on low speed just until a soft dough forms. Okay, so we're gonna add the flour mixture. I smoke, Nine says, M pariah. No, and I'm not like passing judgment on it, because it's really easy to start. Two, it's almost impossible to stop. And three, I get the appeal. Like, I definitely do. There's not a it's another thing that's like just part of the culture and has been for so long that it's baked into a lot. And we see it sort of everywhere. We see it it's still in movies, and it's like glamorized, and the industry has like gone from having like everybody smokes cigarettes, nine out of 10 doctors recommends this brand of cigarette, right? And we can't say that anymore because it's not true. But now it's like, it's still, now it's like vaping, and vaping and nicotine packets, and like, I don't know. I don't think it's ever going to go away. I am glad that like you can't smoke on an airplane anymore, but yeah, I can't. I think if I was to be like, ooh, that's gross, like I'm not gonna pass judgment on you for it, because it's not. Because I don't think it's a thing that you could like judge someone morally or personally about, right? I people do, but that's not me. The social going outside to hang with him keeps me at it, totally. And that's what I'm saying is like, even I like, that was part of college for me, and like I it's how you meet people too. It's like, you know, you bum a cigarette from people and then you're like in it, you know, and you're talking and you're having a conversation and then it's over. And it's like the natural course of those two things, like having a cigarette with somebody or like going to get a drink, right? Like, oh, let's get a drink. Let's go meet up, you know, one of those things is 10 minutes of obligation. The other one is anywhere from, you know, 20 minutes to hours. And if you don't drink and you don't smoke, it's like, where do you fit socially? Like, where do you go? Like, how do you, what is the thing that people who are completely sober do that is the equivalency to going to grab a drink, right? Going to grab coffee. But I'm not drinking 5 coffees in a row. Like, that's too much. You know, I'm not going to sit there and be like, yeah, give me another espresso shot. Like, I'm going to bounce off the fucking walls. Like, that's not a thing. I don't know. Like, let's go for a walk, I guess. Maybe. But like, drinking is something you can do indoors when the weather's crappy or any season. Like, it's just odd to have it be so baked into the culture that it is difficult for a sober person sometimes to find a thing that has that same level of equivalency. McDougal says, I stopped drinking last Thanksgiving. I arrived late to a family gathering and everyone was blasted drunk and it was comically ridiculous. Yeah, and it is kind of nice if everybody around you is drinking. You're like, yeah, I don't need to do that. Kathy, welcome in. Hello. Getting into cocktails has been super fun. Totally. And non-alcoholic cocktails, you can spend just as much money on those, like, for sure. Have you tried have you checked out the book Good Drinks by Juliana Bainbridge? It is a non-alcoholic cocktail book and is excellent. Excellent. So we are going to fold in the chocolate and dried cherries. Okay, so we're going to do that on low here. And then we're going to put these into, we're going to put this in a bigger bowl, in a larger bowl, and refrigerate. Kathy, hello. Thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. That is 12 months, Kathy. That is a Cookie Club guarantee. So our next round of cookies are coming your way if you want them. Velos, I did go camping. We went camping last week, Tuesday, Wednesday. We went Tuesday and Wednesday and came back on Thursday. It was hot. It was really, really hot. Kathy, I think the command might just be cookie M. It should work though. Try cookie M. It should work. Rocky, thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. There it goes. Okay. We finally got all of the sound commands dialed in. They all work now. They work the way they're supposed to. It only took a while. It took longer than I wanted it to, but we finally got there. All the sound commands work for subscribers, and if you redeem the create a sound command, even if you're not a subscriber and you redeem that one, it will work for you and only you. That single command will work for you and only you forever. So I had to do a lot of work to make that the case. So I'm very happy that it works. I finally figured out all of the kinks. But there's always more acronyms that come up. We're going to put this cookie dough into a bowl and we're going to put it in the fridge. And this is batch number 1. All right, but we're getting all of it out of here. I'm cleaning the beater off first. We're gonna weigh this separately. Okay. After I'm finished with this, we're gonna take a quick break between making the batter and shaping the cookies. Not and Getty, welcome in. Hello. Aslan on YouTube, where are you from? Well, I live in Philadelphia, so I am not from Philadelphia. We have a sort of, there's an issue here where folks, if you say I'm from here, will be like, what high school did you go to? Well, I didn't, not in Philadelphia anyway. But I do live in Philadelphia. I would say that I am a Philadelphian, if not Philadelphia born. I've lived here for long enough, I think, to make it count. But welcome in. We are making cookies today. These are for our community, so we're sending these out in the mail to some folks. There's a few folks who were in the drawing, and we're sending those out tomorrow morning. We're making them today. This is 1,611 grams. So let's write that down. I'm going to write that down because if bowl number 1, if I don't, I'm going to forget. So this is going to get chilled now. So we're going to chill this in the fridge while we make our second batch. We're going to take a quick break and do a few dishes, and then we'll come back and make the actual first round of cookie balls. I'm going to spread this out in the bowl so it chills evenly in the fridge. If I leave it in one big lump, it will chill on the outside, and then the inside will still be basically the same temperature. It's not going to be in the fridge for long enough to really completely cool down. So we're going to spread it out a little bit so that it's a bit evenly chilled. And this is just going to go in here on the shelf on top of some other stuff. And I need to push this. Oh, hold on. I can't put it in there because this is in the way. There we go. All right, we'll move that. Perfect. So that's going to go in the fridge. I'm going to wash this bowl, and we're going to get started on the second batch here. It's the second batch visually, but it is the third and fourth batch by measurement. So what I just put in that bowl was 2 batches worth of cookies. Each batch makes 24, so 1,611 grams worth of dough should, and will, in this case, because I'm going to use it, I'm going to do it by weight, surprising no one who's been here for at least one other stream. We're going to make 48 cookies from that bowl. I need 68 cookies, I think. So I may not end up actually making all of these cookies. I may end up putting some of them in the freezer, but I probably will just make all of them because these are really, they look really good, and I've been sort of eyeing these for a long time, and I'm excited about them. So I feel like these are the types of cookies that I personally like eating. I love a chocolate cookie. So I said earlier in stream that I would not deign to say like, this is my favorite type of cookie. I think of all the cookies we've made for Cookie Club over the years, I think probably made more cookies with chocolate in them than anything else, but I don't actually know. And you know what's really annoying to me in a way that I could rectify but haven't, is that I have not kept track of what cookies I've made for Cookie Club. If you were like, and I keep track of so much stuff, and you all know, like the bot has so much data in it. You know, like the website has information on it, but like I just haven't kept track of the cookies that I've made at all. Like at all. I know like what I made for the past 4 months because it's been out of this same cookbook, but generally speaking, I don't know what cookies have been made, which is weird to me in a way of, you know, I feel like I should know that, or like it's easy, it's information I could find, because I've like posted it in Discord. I have archived all of my streams, like from I have streams archived from before we started Cookie Club, so I could go back and like look at those and find that information, but I haven't, because it's sort of like a research project. If anyone would be interested in doing that, I could certainly let you give you the access to the archive, and you could go look. And if anyone wanted to do that, I'd probably send you cookies that month. But I just haven't done it, and it's kind of, honestly, it's a little bit frustrating, but it's fine. Okay, so we're gonna mix this in for about 2 minutes and 30 seconds or so. That's what we did the last one, so let's do about the same. I want to note that we're having a big old thunderstorm right now here, and I'm hearing like literally thunder and lightning outside, and it's kind of pouring rain. So if for some reason the stream drops, it's because either my computer messed up, and or my power went out. One of those two things. Okay. Let's. Oh, I didn't start my timer for this. Of course I didn't start my timer. That's okay. I need to. My house is so hot right now. My air conditioner has not come on at all today, and it's sweltering in here. I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating. We're mixing, and then we have our eggs are going in next. Eggs and alcohol. Our dries after that. Our chocolate and cherries after that. And then we will measure. Once this is finished mixing, we'll measure the weight of it. It should be about the same. It might be a few grams different, but it should be basically exactly the same. And then we will put this in the fridge, and then we're gonna do the dishes, or at least put the dishes in the dishwasher. I'm gonna put my dry ingredients away in the cabinet, and then we're gonna take a break while I'm doing all that. So just a heads up that that's coming up. If you're watching on Twitch, we're going to do a 3-minute ad during that break. And we'll also put up a game of Words on stream during that time. So there's something to do while I am otherwise engaged with the dishes.
Just realized that I'm supposed to.
Yeah.
When I said, yeah, when I was like,
Oh. Yeah. Is that... You're going to do that, though? He's got self-dismissal. He could go on his own. Sorry, kid. Thrust into the world. Gwen's doing can't pick up today. Has been doing can't pick up every day. You have tomorrow off. He wants me to take him on the scooter tomorrow. Okay. All right, we are, this is about light and fluffy here. So we mix in the egg and whiskey. I'm going to scrape this bowl down again, though. This is our, what do we got in here? 2 different sugars, brown sugar, granulated sugar, and butter. And to that, we're adding, now, this is definitely light and fluffy. I mixed this at a higher speed than I did the last time. So we're going to add the egg and whiskey. It's supposed to be Japanese whiskey, but it is Jim Beam bourbon. We're going to mix that until well incorporated, it says. Which means a little bit longer than I think it should be. All right, this is well, it's incorporated. Free dad joke. You can have that one. I'm going to add the flour, just like flour and chocolate, baking powder and baking soda. I'm adding a little bit of this. Whoa, that was a big old thunderclap. Cool. Adding a little bit of chocolate, and I'm just kind of juicing this just a little teeny bit so that it doesn't puff. And then we're going to add a little more. So I'm just going to add this with the mixer on like this. And then when this is all added, I'm going to scrape this down and we'll give it another spin. We're going to scrape and give this a spin. I'm also, the last batch, the first batch that I did, I noted that when I scraped it out of the bowl, there was a little bit of unmixed, I don't know whether it was butter or, I think it was definitely butter. It was the butter sugar combo, because it couldn't have been the flour, because the flour is not that color. But I noted that there was a little bit of unmixed stuff on the bottom. So I'm going to scoop that up now before I do a final spin through here. What the hell is that sound? I don't even know what sound that was. That was an imminent threat alert, Gwen says. What are we in threat of? Flooding? Holy crap. That must have been Calvin's iPad. Or his phone. Okay. That was terrifying. I don't know what sound that was. Imminent threat. Probably flash flood. I'm guessing. Because it just poured rain. And that means that it's flash flood. Cool. Fantastic. I didn't get anything on my phone. Did I get a... Now my phone's on the floor, so whatever. Fine. Totally fine. We're gonna mix these in. Yep, there it is. There's the alert. Flash flood warning. Yep, cool. I am not in a floodplain where I am. The city is, though. Some of the city is. About another hour, Kathy says. Yeah, I just we're gonna knock on wood here. We've had some pretty severe thunderstorms this year. Our electric's been fine. It hasn't gone out. So fingers crossed that holds up this time around. I think it will. I have faith that it'll be fine. That's one of the things that you get to do when you hit a certain age. You're like, you have your favorite weather app, right? Y'all, what's your favorite weather app? Tell me what your favorite weather app is and why. Why do you like it? Why specifically do you like the weather app that you use? I personally use Weather Underground. I have found it to be the most accurate for me, for what I use it for, which is the weather. No, which is like, mostly I use, I mean, obviously day to day I look at the weather, but like I use it for thinking about camping, like pre-planning stuff. And I feel like Weather Underground's like 10 days out predictions are always pretty good. Lauren Amsterdam, hello, hope your basement is okay. Yeah, the basement should be fine. The basement flooded recently. The basement flooded in March, not because of weather. Our basement flooded because because one of the pumps that gives water pressure up to our upper floor. The pump, a seal on the pump like went out, and that's why it flooded. So our actual basement is pretty good. We have a sump pump which does work. But I think generally we should be fine. We're above where when the rivers flood. So Philadelphia is in between two rivers, the Delaware River and the Schuylkill River. Recently, in the past decade, the Schuylkill has flooded a few times and quite high. We've walked. So, y'all, do you remember last week when we went for like a walk along the river? Right. The last time the Schuylkill flooded, everywhere I was walking when we did the last IRL stream was completely underwater by like 2 or 3 meters of water. It wasn't, and it was a lot. That river floods. The Delaware is a lot bigger, so it can pass through a lot more volume before it actually floods in a sort of dangerous manner. But the Schuylkill definitely floods, and that at one point a couple years ago flooded onto one of the highways, and there's pictures of people who are like in rafts on the highway, like pretty wild. Okay, so my first bowl had 1,611 grams. This has 1,613. So we did pretty good. Broccoli says, Weather Underground for me for accuracy and the ability to look at different screens with different info. Yeah, I love that too. I actually pay for Weather Underground. It's one of the like internet subscription things that I maintain. Because you can see models further out you can see like more days in the future. Not that they're more accurate if you pay for it, but you can see them at all. Which I appreciate, as I said, for planning the purposes of like planning camping trips, and mainly for the like, should we go or should we not go situations, because that I usually like to try to say like, yes, we should go, or no, we're not going to go, like at least a week, with at least a week advance time, because especially if I have other people going with me, like to respect their time and like taking off work and all that. I grew up, you have a weather station in the backyard. Yeah, cool. Oh, you send it to Weather Underground. That's awesome. That's super cool. Lauren Amsterdam on YouTube says, I use Weather Underground too. It has neighborhood station temps. Yes, so that to me is one of the things that I love, where when I'm going, again, it all goes back to camping. It always goes back to camping for me. When I go camping, I will pick, I'll like look up the town where the campground is, and then I will go and pick like the literal closest weather station to the park, to like wherever it is that I'm going to be. And I love being able to do that because it's like the most accurate, because they take all that data and model it together. Why am I blurry? There we go. The weather app is pretty accurate. I live across from a small airport. Yeah, the airports love having accurate weather. I think it's like important for them, right? I love being able to pick the exact station, and I also love like the fact that it's community contributions, which is really cool. And I think having like a little weather station is also a thing that like people of a certain age You just like, oh, now, okay, you know, you just turned 30. Now you get your weather station. Like, congratulations. You're no longer in your 20s. I've definitely, it's definitely a thing. I know several older adults who like just have the Weather Channel on in their house, like different people who don't know each other. I feel like when you hit a certain age too, it's like you move from like just looking at the weather on an app to like watching the Weather Channel, like watching it as entertainment. Which, listen, I'm almost there, y'all. I'm almost there. Not age-wise, but like emotionally, that's where I'm at. We're gonna need this scale again. Okay, we're gonna clean up a little bit. I'm gonna take some of my, not some of, I'm gonna take my dry ingredients and put them back in my cabinet. And then for a few minutes, we're gonna take a little break and do, load up the dishwasher because I've got a sink full of dishes that can mostly go in the dishwasher. Some of them do need to get washed by hand, but not many, which is great. That's always nice. And again, while we do that, we're going to take a little break for some words on stream. I need to keep my powdered sugar, my cacao nibs out, and my granulated sugar needs to stay out. So that can we'll keep that out. And yeah, everything else can go away. Yeah, everything else can go away. You know what? I'm not going to put this back in the cabinet right now because this is what happens. What I'm about to do is why this cabinet gets disorganized. Is I shove things in there when I just want them to be out of sight, and I don't actually take the time to put them back on a shelf where they're supposed to go, which is how we end up with whiskey that I don't drink and don't really use on a shelf that is accessible easily. Okay, cool. We did it. Better than Fox News. Yes, correct. Correct. You've cracked the case. That is exactly correct. And mentally, like, honestly, for like mental health purposes, better than any news, unless you know you are put off by hurricane information. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break and do a few of these. We're gonna start the dish management. Let me also before I do that, let me wipe down my counter here so that I have a clean slate. We're gonna wipe it with a towel, and then we'll wipe it with wipe it with a cloth, and have that be fully cleaned up. Oh my God, my stream phone over here, my like chat phone has an emergency weather alert. I've never seen one of those on the chat phone before. That's fun. Good to know though, that if I was outside in an area with a severe alert, I would get one. Okay, counter is wiped. Feeling good. Okay. Gwen's heading towards can't pick up. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. All right, hold on. Let me check this camera. Does this work? It does. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to do these dishes that are in the sink here, which is over here in my real life. And when we come back, we're going to start baking cookies. We're going to do a game of words on stream also. So let me pull that up. We haven't done a game of words on stream in a while. So here's what we're going to do for anyone who's like new to stream. We are taking a quick break. I'm going to do the dishes that are in the sink. I'm going to take them and put them in the dishwasher. We're going to put words on stream on the screen during that time. Words on stream is a guessing game that is much like Scrabble, where you have letters at the top. You type words that you find with those letters into chat and hit enter, and they will get on the board. And collectively, as a community, we try to fill in all the blanks in the board. It is a timed game. we are also going to run on Twitch 3 minutes worth of advertising, because that means that when new people join the stream, they don't get a pre-roll ad. So we're going to do all of that. When we come back, our oven is heated, our cookie dough is ready, and we're going to come back and bake cookies until we're done. So that's the run of what's next. So let's get to the words on stream. DJ Harley, welcome in. Good to see you. This is words on stream. We're going to let me turn this on. Okay, that should work. All right, we're gonna run 3 minutes of ads on Twitch. We'll be right back. Here we go. Dee's here. Hello.
Hi.
Words.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. So we have all of my containers that I used can go in the dishwasher. All of my glass bowls that got used can go in the dishwasher. All of the silverware and the measuring spoon. Some of these things are hand wash only. I'm pretty sure my spatulas, my silicone, these could go in, but I hand wash them anyway. Personal preference, I suppose. Oh my God, there's so many of these containers. Oh, right, because these are also from dinner last night. We didn't do the dishes last night, so I'm like, why are there so many of these? I didn't use all these. Yeah, because you're right, I didn't. Some of them aren't from today. But we're not going to do the dishes necessarily, unless we end up doing really well at Words on Stream and clear a bunch of boards in a row. I'm just going to put this stuff in the dishwasher, and we'll end up actually doing the hand wash later. But I like having a clear sink. That's always feels important. All right. NATO is definitely a word. Yeah. NATO. NATO is a dating term, not attached to the outcome. If you're not attached to the outcome, it makes things easier, apparently, for the more anxious amongst you. All right. Doing good.
It's over!
All right. Welcome back on Twitch. Thank you for those of y'all who are hanging out during the ad break. I appreciate you. Also, want to say that for folks who are new to stream, if you are new to the stream and lurking, Words on Stream is a great time to get your first time chat out of the way, because if you chat during Words on Stream, I'm not going to go back and say hi to you. If you're like, hey, you know, if you're new, I'm not gonna come around and be like, hey, what's up? Also, follows are silent. So if you are the type of person who is an anxious follower and don't like to be recognized with great excitement when you follow a new stream, I want to give you the assurance that follows are completely anonymous. I will not say hi to you. Nothing happens. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. for the purposes of the people in chat, no one ever follows this stream because no one ever sees it. So anyway, our dishes are good. We have managed all the dishes in the sink. We didn't do any of the dishes, but we have managed the sink. And I see that we do not have a board completed. So we're going to come back and start doing our cookies. Okay, so it says scoop a tablespoon of dough and shape into a ball, roll in the cacao nibs to coat thoroughly, and then roll in the granulated sugar. Okay, so we need to get cacao nibs out. We need to get some granulated sugar out. Placed in a shallow bowl. Placed in a shallow bowl. Okay, so we need basically 2 bowls for this. Here's what I think we're going to do. Instead of using a bowl, I'm going to use we're going to use these. These are my preferred sort of rolling cookie situations. But it has, it gives me a volume for these, but I don't think I actually need to measure this because it's like, this volume or more, it says. So I think we're just going to roll. And then when I run out of stuff in the bowl, I will re-up what's there. That's the easiest way to do this, I think. But let's get started. We need to line our sheet pans with parchment paper, though. That is also a thing that needs to happen. So let's do that. Here's our cherries for our topping. So let me get my sheet pans out. So what we're going to do is we're going to make 1 cookie in the oven. It says they take about 10 minutes. So these are relatively quick baking cookies, which is great. I always appreciate the cookies when we make them that take a short amount of time in the oven specifically. Last month's cookies were like 17 minutes in the oven, which is almost double what these take. So that's great that we can just get these out of the way to get these in quickly, in and out quickly. Whatever, words are hard today. Sorry. Let's cut this parchment paper. So I usually like to, you've seen me do this on stream before. I like to crumble the parchment paper, but when I'm baking, like something that needs a really super flat bottom, like say cookies, I prefer to cut the parchment paper to be the exact size of the bottom so that it lays as flat as possible. Because sometimes I find if I crumble it, the thing that I'm putting on it doesn't have enough weight to press it down, and then it's just sitting sort of at a weird angle and doesn't get the heat from the sheet pan touching it. So for baking cookie purposes, I like when the parchment is the exact size of the pan. So we're gonna do that. That's important. Otherwise, for most other purposes and for non-cookie items, heavier items, I would just crumble it up and it would lay flat, and that would just work the way it's expected. Okay, so this is a nice and flat piece of parchment. I'm gonna do the same thing with this part. When I am measuring these cookies, it says a tablespoon. We're going to measure a tablespoon by weight first, or not specifically by weight. What we're going to do is we're going to take the weight of the dough, the overall weight of the dough, and divide it by 48, because that's how many cookies are supposed to be in each bowl worth of dough. And then we're just going to do cookie balls of that size. That way they're all uniform and I know how many we're going to have at the end. That is important. And then that way I don't need to use an actual tablespoon to measure. I can use, or I don't need to use like a measuring spoon. I can just use a big spoon and scoop out like that exact amount of weight and then just roll it in my hand before rolling it in the cacao and the sugar. So that is the plan. Once I finish cutting these parchments, we're going to get to it. So I already, for later in stream, I've already got my my bags all pulled out and ready to go. The little plastic vacuum seal bags that I put all these in, I already cut and counted and cut and ready to go for packaging. So once we get to the packaging step here, I am just fill all the bags that I have, and then that's all I need. Okay, so we scoop a tablespoon of dough, shape into a bowl, roll in the nibs and then the sugar. Place them on the baking sheet. Press a cherry into this cherry half in the center of each dough. Bake for 10 minutes. Okay, so we're probably going to bake for about maybe a little slight bit longer than that, just because my oven is usually a bit. The temperature of my oven is like it sometimes it's a little less. It feels like a little bit less than what it's set to. I've talked about this for literally years, but I haven't calibrated my oven ever. So the actual temperature of my oven might be is most definitely a little different from what it is supposed to be. So let's get a sheet pan. We're gonna do one cookie on this sheet pan to start. I am gonna ball this up though, because I kind of want to see what it does. We're gonna do one cookie on here to start because I want to see what size it is when it spreads. That way, that will make sure I can fill these trays with the most cookies possible. I'm not going to change the number or change the weight of the cookies after I've made this test one. I'm not adjusting that. What I will know after that point though is how many cookies I can get on the tray. And that's important because I want to pack these trays, because I'm only putting one tray at a time in the oven. All right, so I have a fully rested and ready set of dough here. This dough was the weight of this one, 1,611 grams, 1611 divided by 48 equals, 1611 divided by 48 is 33.5 grams per cookie. So anywhere 32 to 34 grams is fine per cookie. That is pretty in line with any other cookie that we've made on this stream, volume wise. So these should be roughly the same size, I'm thinking, as most of the cookies that we do. So most of the cookies from this cookbook have ended up being about the same size in general, which is really always kind of great. So we're gonna do one. We're gonna pop one in the oven, and while we roll another bunch, we'll figure out. We're only rolling this for 10, or baking it for 10 minutes, so it should. I won't even have a whole tray worth of cookies to put in the oven when this tester is finished. What we are going to do though is put them on a separate sheet pan. So whenever I'm doing cookies in a high volume, in a large batch format like this, I have a separate sheet pan when I pre-roll, and then as things progress in the oven, I will stock a tray. Essentially, I will like put cookies on a tray and put them in from my like big batch of cookie balls. Like I'm not going to bake on this tray, but I am using it to stage all of them. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take 33 grams of dough out of here. Let's see what 33 grams looks like. Oh, okay, that's 31. So 33 grams is that's 36. Okay, so that's 33 grams. It's 32 grams, it says, but close enough. All right, so it says roll them into a ball, coat them in the cacao nibs, coat in cacao nibs, then the sugar. Whoo! Ooh-wee! That looks delicious. And then we put that on the tray. It does not say anything about flattening them, pressing them, doing anything to them. It does say to put a cherry, press a cherry into the center. So I'm pressing a cherry into the center. Bake about 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to pop this in the oven. Let's set a 10-minute timer. I'm also going to set an 11-minute timer and a 12-minute timer. I'm going to do all of those at the same. I'm going to hit go on all of these at the same time because if this one's not quite finished at 10, I will know when to pull it out. I won't have to set another timer. So let's do our oven cam as well. Da-da-da. Great. Okay. We're going to pop this in the oven. We're going to start our timers, and then we're going to start rolling. I am not going to put the cherries on each cookie until I put them on the tray. Because they're cookie balls. I just want to like get them going. Okay, so we're going to start our timers. Timers are going. Beautiful. 9 says, I wanted to tell you how much I appreciate you sending the recipe when we win cookies. We can account for preferences or sensitivities, allergies when we decide. Yes, and I just kind of started doing that. I haven't been doing that all along. Usually when I started doing that from the cookbook, because sometimes when we do Cookie Club, it's from a link, right? It's from like a blog, and I can just send the link. And then I realized like, oh, you can't, if I just tell you what kind of cookies they are, then you're not going to know, like I've had people, and we talked about alcohol before, like I have had some people say like, oh, that has alcohol in it. Like I'll skip this month. Totally fine. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. TARDIS looks dangerous. Yeah, these look really pretty solid. I'm very, very chocolatey. Scappy on YouTube, welcome in. What are you making? We're making Black Forest cookies today. They're from the cookbook 108 Asian cookies. They have chocolate and cherries, dried cherries in them. Quite a bit of chocolate, in fact. Both cocoa powder and chopped semi-sweet chocolate. They are rolled in additional cocoa pieces, cacao nibs, and have a maraschino cherry on the top. They are for folks who are part of our community, both on any of the live streaming services. We have cookies every month that get sent out to viewers, and that's what we're doing today. So we're making those cookies right now. I'll be sending them in the mail tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning. And if you'd like to get more information about Cookie Club, you can put command cookies, that's ! Cookies, in chat, and it will send you a link to the website where all of that information is located. But welcome in. I hope that answers your question. So we have about 7 minutes There's one cookie in the oven right now. Just one lone cookie in there. We have a tray. We're working through this first batch. Now I did the math, and so this should make 48 cookies. It's interesting because like I always get a little skeptical when I see the size of these things. And when I see like, I get a little skeptical because it's like, oh, this is, are we gonna get that amount of cookies out of here? And it always works out because that's literally how math works. Like you can't, it's math.
I'm not sure. I'm afraid we need to use math.
Math. We did the math. I did the division. I did it. It like that's what it said it should be. So, you know, I hope that's correct. But it always feels a little bit like magic. There's a certain point in the middle where I'm like, oh yeah, that's gonna work. But like right now, I'm like, is there enough in here? Are we sure? Are we sure about that? Are we really positive that this is gonna go? I'm not currently, but I did just say that, so you know. But you saw me. I did the calculation. It should work. The nice thing is when you make them all the same weight and you make them exactly the same, they all end up roughly the same size too, which like, you know, it's always funny whenever I go to, you know, whenever I get cookies or I see cookies out in the world, they always look so nice and like even and uniform. And I'm always like, how did they do it? And I'm like, the same way I do it at home. Like, what do you mean, how did they do it? Like, there's no special trick to getting them to be the same. You just make them the same. Like, it's not, I don't want to say it's not hard, but it's not, there's no literal magic to it. It's just, you take it and divide it and make everything exact same. Like, just repetition. That's how come they're the same. I am a little worried about running out of cacao nibs because I only bought one bag and it only said I needed, like, it said I needed less than what was in a bag, but I feel like I'm also a little bit like zealous with how many I'm pressing into here. So we'll see how it goes. I think if I do run out of cacao nibs, I will probably just put, I have some miniature chocolate chips in there and that would work too. It's a little different. They're a little meltier and less, they're meltier and the shape is a little different, but I think that they would work. Like it would still work. So, we're not going to dwell on it and I'm not going to change the process here. I'm doing exact same thing for every one of them. So, we'll see how it ends up. It's always kind of the fun part. It's sort of like almost like deep frying where I'm just doing this like multi-step battering of these cookies, but only in chocolate instead of flour and egg and breadcrumbs. Is that the order for deep frying? Flour, then egg, then breadcrumbs. Yeah. So it's kind of like that. We've got a 3 minutes left on my initial 10-minute clock. I'm seeing on the screen there that cookie has flattened quite a bit. So I'm gonna actually just look with my human eyes in the oven. Yeah, that looks really good, and it's got a couple more minutes left. So I think with these, I'm not sure if because in the directions it says to like press the cherry into it. I don't know if you're supposed to press lightly or heavily or like, basically, I'm not sure what the shape of the cookie is supposed to be after you press it. Is it supposed to be like halfway flattened, or is it like a really light press just to get it like a little tiny dent? I think for the next tray, when I do tray these up, I'm going to try like half and half and see which one of them turns out more appealing. When I say more appealing, what I really mean is like which one is flatter and sort of more consistent in shape. And then I'll do that for the rest of them. And then the ones that are, you know, the lesser ones from that first batch, I'll just keep for the house because certainly they're going to taste fine. And I do account for household cookies in all of my calculations and like how many cookies do I need. I always make sure that we have like a few for the house because I have this consideration of like, you know, Gwen and Calvin are here, they support the stream and they watch me make cookies. And I think there was 2 times when I was doing Cookie Club where I made cookies and like didn't have enough left over really for the house, and that was unpopular. So now on my spreadsheet with the cookie planning spreadsheet, I put like household and postal service employees and teachers are on that spreadsheet. So I make sure that I am planning to make enough cookies for all of those groups of people. Camille says, do I ever use cookie cutters for some fun shapes? You know, I actually haven't. I think I've made cookies on stream with cookie cutters before, but I have never sent out Cookie Club cookies that had a cutter component to them. I never have. I think why is that? One, I think I only own seasonal cookie cutters. So I have like a couple Christmas cookie cutters and some Christmas ones and some Halloween ones, which I feel like you may enjoy. But I've never done non rolled or scooped cookies. Okay, so 10-minute timer is up. Let's take a look in the oven. Let's do that together here. So what am I looking for in the oven? We're looking for, so the cookies are set and the tops have dried. Set and dried. So come on over to the oven. Let's take a look here. I'm going to take the oven camera. So we got one lone cookie in the oven, and that looks pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Let's see. Is the top set? I'm going to give that one more minute, or I'm going to let that go just a little touch longer here. I'm going to give that one more minute from right now. So that's going to be 10, 11, 12 total minutes for this cookie, which is fine. As I said, my oven is generally a little slower, meaning cooler, than other your typical like 350 degrees in my oven. Set to 350 is probably like 345, maybe 340 even. So it's a little different. So I like to evaluate, and mostly when I'm making a recipe, I have to end up making the high end of whatever time it recommends as opposed to the low end. So we got time for one more cookie ball shape out of here. We're going to use our time as efficiently as possible and get one more shaped before we need to get that out of the oven. 9, what is your cutout dough recipe? It doesn't need refrigeration. Ooh, I love that. I love when the dough you can just kind of make it as it is. That's the best. I don't love recipes that require your dough to rest for a long period of time. They frustrate me because I don't mind it for like my own self, but for Cookie Club, it bothers me because because I don't have that kind of time, generally speaking. Like, I don't want to do that. So it says to bang the pan on the counter so the cookie kind of drops a little bit. Oh, hell yeah, that was magic. All right, so we're gonna let this sit. Now, we're gonna let this sit. I'm gonna roll a few more of these cookie balls, and then we will evaluate. So I think I could put, let's see, what's the size of this cookie? Look at this, we got a fucking ruler out for Cookie Club, right? This is 3 inches by, this is 3 by 3. So if I go like 1, 2, I could do 3 by, I almost do 4. 12, this is 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I mean, I could do 3 by 4. I could do 4 this way, and let's see, that's 12. I could do 4 by 6 on these trays. I'm pretty sure. So that's 24 cookies per tray. Oh, who is knocking at my door? Oh, Amazon. Okay. Who's at the door? It's an Amazon delivery. Perfect. Okay, so if I did, yeah, if I did 6 by 4, that's 24, 48. 1, 2, that's only 4 trays of cookies. So I think I could probably do, let's try to do like 5, maybe 5 by 3. That way there's just enough room. We're gonna let that one cool down for just a minute. That's what we're gonna do. So here's, we're gonna give that a 10-minute cool down. Like it says. And then I'm going to shape 5, 10, 15. So if I did 4 by 6, I don't even have enough for a tray here. So let me shape some more of these while that cools. And then we'll do a final calculation. And then we'll start a couple trays in the oven. Because again, time check, 14:45. We're making great time right now. 9, thank you for the DM. That would be amazing. Green tea rules. Can tell those are going to be amazing. I think so too. They look, that cookie, I'm pointing, you can't even see it because there's a oven camera with nothing in it. That cookie that's over there right now looks basically exactly like the one in the photo, which doesn't happen very often. And I'm pretty excited about, I'm not going to lie. Okay, so 33 grams per cookie. Let's get this back in production mode here. 32 to 34 grams per cookie. So that's somewhere in that range. It's a very narrow range for as far as grams are concerned, but you know, that's how we roll. Pie Swarm, welcome in. Popping in. Well, thanks for saying hi. I appreciate you. Don't forget to check in. If you're hanging out in stream, you haven't checked in today, use command check in. We are making cookies for Cookie Club, and checking in regularly gets you entries to Cookie Club. If you're into that sort of thing. If not, listen, there's plenty of other things you can click. You don't need to check in if you don't want to. Not a requirement. It'd be funny if it was a requirement. It wouldn't be funny. No one would be watching. There would not be and I would be streaming to nobody and recording a video is sort of how that would feel like. Which is also kind of how YouTubers work. Anyway, whatever. Piesman says my 15-year-old loves baking, trying to nudge him to bake more kinds of cookies besides chocolate chip. You know, I can understand why. I can understand that. there's different types of chocolate chip though, Pieswarm. Can I give you an idea that you could do like there's a good recipe out there for like shortbread chocolate chips. That's a thing. So like you could do different types of chocolate chip cookies that hit different types of cookies. So it's like you get a little experience with shortbread and chocolate chip. You know what I mean? That might be an entry point. If you want, I have a very easy recipe for shortbread chocolate chip cookies, but I'm just thinking of like that level of like, oh, I want you to branch out and try other things. Like if maybe you could stay within the genre of chocolate chip, but try other styles, that might be compelling. I have a 10-year-old, and so I know that type of thing would probably work for me. I cannot speak to 15-year-olds decision making or parenting. So I take my advice with all the grains of salt that you have garnered over the 5-year difference between our kids. Timmy Buble, welcome in. Welcome, Timmy. Nice to see you. I hope you're having a really lovely Thursday. It's been a good one for me so far. We're in the kitchen making cookies, which I love doing. I love eating cookies and I like making them, you know? Not that I don't like chocolate chip, Pieswarm says, but I like variety. No, I hear you. Wanting to try new things. Right. Said that being a baker is his top career choice. So yeah, I mean, there's like, I feel like if I'm sort of if I was trying to navigate that, there's different things too. Like you could try different types of chocolate chip cookies, like chewy versus soft versus shortbread versus like sugar style chocolate chip cookies that use alternative ingredients like molasses instead of brown sugar, things like that. I feel like, I don't know, I get it. It's like, yeah, I don't want to eat all these chocolate chip cookies that you're making, and like if you're gonna bake, you gotta bake different stuff, my guy. That's how it works. So I feel you. It's an interesting quandary to have. Like, well, he's doing stuff in the kitchen, which I love. Coffee cake, which I definitely love. I'd be into that. My son is at cooking camp this week, and he's been coming home with all sorts of stuff for us to try, and it's been fascinating. They're doing a baking week at his camp right now. It's like that's the each week has different themes, and he's doing this week's is baking, and so it has been interesting because he's like, oh, I made, like yesterday they made banana pudding and they like made Nilla wafers, and I was like, no one would ever do that. No one would ever make their own vanilla wafers. What? Okay. Honestly, though, they were really good. And I was like, okay, I get it now. I get it. 9, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I will certainly take a look because one of the barriers to like sugar cookie cutout types of things to me is the like having to manage the dough temperature is just like, it's super annoying. And so not having to do that in some, super specific capacity would be great. All right. I am going to finish this little cookie ball that I'm on, and then we're going to place this cookie on the tray and try to figure out the exact, like, here's where we're putting all these cookies for our baking process here. Man, it is pouring rain where I am. fellas. I feel that. It's wild. All right, y'all, check this cookie out. Look at this. Look at this thing. This is like the this is the cookie. This is the Black Forest cookie. This is the first one out of the oven. It's looking pretty good. Let me show you the actual picture from the book. Oh, hold on. It needs to have one sec. If I'm making a comparison to the picture, it needs to have powdered sugar on it because the picture it's supposed to have powdered sugar. So little bit of powdered sugar. Here we go. Here's our comparison. Now, I will say the cherry in mine is not quite as red, but this is our side by side here. I think the texture is basically exactly the same. Whoa, we're falling. Okay. It's still a little it's still a little soft. Yeah, broccoli Nilla wafers are great. I love me a Nilla wafer. All right, hold on. Let's put this. I wanted to put this on the tray so I can evaluate. Curious how Black Forest cookies are in an Asian cookbook. The author said that the Black Forest cake. The author said that Black Forest cake is often in East Asian bakeries, just kind of. And the author acknowledges that it is a like German sort of European treat, but that often Black Forest cake is in East Asian bakeries, and that for both her father and her son, Black Forest cake and cookies are their favorite like choice for celebrations. So she includes them in this cookbook for that purpose, and had in the development of the recipe used both Japanese whiskey and miso, and Japanese whiskey instead of vanilla and miso instead of salt for some flavor changes. So that's why. They do have cherries if they enhance the red for the book. They probably used they probably used a different maybe a different type of cherry. Maybe they just used like a specific a very red cherry. Okay, so these are, I am going to do these three by, because if they end up spreading any more, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I want to do 3 by 5 here. So we're going to move forward with the actual baking now. And I put little dots on the parchment paper where the ends of the sort of where the lines are, where I want things to be. So I'm trying this. I'm going to see how it is. That is, honestly, that is so good. Oh my God. That is really good. Holy shit. The texture on that is wild too, because the chips on the outside have like a crunchiness to them. Damn, that is excellent. Excellent. Delicious. Okay. Very cool. Well, those turned out well, taste-wise. Taste and texture, excellent. Let's get a tray together, and we'll do, we're just going to start baking. That's where we're at. So we're going to put a tray of cookies. We're going to press cherries into the top of them and put them in the oven. So when I say 3 by 5, 1, 2, 3. Now the second tray, 2, 3, 4. The next time I bake on this tray, this will be a little bit clearer. The spacing of these will be a little clearer because there'll be a little spot where I can see where each cookie baked, and that'll make it easier. So yeah, 12 minutes I think is the right amount for these. Specifically for my oven, I think that's like I think that'll be good. I'm gonna end up they'll be slightly more baked than the ones that I bake on the sheet pan that I leave in there the whole time will be slightly more baked than the first one because I'm not going to open the oven. But I think that will be fine. They are a little bit soft in the center. So that's good. They're chewy and crunchy and definitely a bit chocolatey. I am a little worried about the number of cacao, the volume of cacao nibs that I have. I don't think that I have enough, frankly, in order to do them for every cookie in this recipe. So at some point when I run out, what we're going to do is I'm going to see how many cookies I have. Because I need, and I'm just going to go ahead and press these cherries in here while I have them in my literal hand, so that I kind of just complete this bit of a task. When I run out of cacao nibs, I think what I will do is put some chocolate chips, some of my either chocolate chips or if I have another chocolate bar. I might do that and just pop it into the food processor and like chop it up really finely. But that is different than cacao. I mean, cacao is a specific thing. So I'll make a decision. I'm ruminating. I'm thinking on it right now because I'm almost through this bag. That's it. Like this is what's in here is this entire bag. And I thought that this bag would do the whole thing. So these are unsweetened chocolate. If I have a bar of unsweetened chocolate in there, I'll use that. If I don't have a bar of unsweetened chocolate, I will I'll use the darkest chocolate that I have. And I think that'll be fine. Like I'm not worried about it. As long as it's ground up and it should be okay. And obviously the food processor will take care of that. Functionally, I think I need 62 cookies for the Cookie Club plus 52 cookies. Because I don't actually care if the household ones come out the same way. 52, because my number is 10 for the household. I want to try to have like 10 cookies for everybody. So 50, if I have 52 cookies that all have cacao nibs on them, that would be ideal. And I think we're just about going to get there. Because there should be 48 in this bowl, and I'm coming down to the last third of this bowl. Piestorm says, what is my favorite source for chocolate, like a store? I don't particularly have one. I'm not really picky about my chocolate, if I'm being real honest about it. I almost always get all of my dry ingredients from this place in Reading Terminal Market called the Head Nut, and I buy them in bulk, usually. This particular bag of cacao nibs I got from Wegmans, and it was just the brand they had available. For bar chocolate, I try to buy... I don't have a specific brand that I buy bar chocolate, usually. What I do try to do is, because they come in somewhat slightly different sizes, I will buy whatever size is like the exact one for the recipe I'm making. so that I don't have like little bits of chocolate bar left over, because that is more annoying. That's more annoying than anything to me, is like having chocolate left over that's too, it's not enough for any other recipe, and it's like, you know, unsweetened dark chocolate. I'm like, what am I going to do with that? I'm not going to eat it directly. Like I might shave it on top of something like ice cream or something like that, but even then I'm probably not going to do that, because that means I have to like get out a microplane for chocolate, which I'm like, just use chocolate chips, you know. I mean, I buy most of my chocolate at Reading Terminal, for the most part, and I think that they're you know, that the head nut carries like chocolate bars, like your, you know, the 4-ounce bars of chocolate that a lot of recipes call for. I think they carry the Ghirardelli brand, for what that's worth. Yeah, Reading Terminal is a good source for pretty much everything. I shop there. I go to Reading Terminal. I want to say every week, but I don't go every week. Like I didn't go this week. I didn't go this week because I went to Wegmans instead. I was weeks that I'm working on a new recipe, or I usually will go to Wegmans, because that's where I can get like a tube of biscuits, you know, or like stuff that Reading Terminal doesn't sell, because it's like a you know, a grocery store item, like a specifically grocery store item. Y'all, was anyone going to remind me to put the cookies in the oven, or are you just going to watch me like roll cookies until they're done without actually baking any? I just looked out at my timer and I'm like, how much time do those cookies have left in the oven? They don't. They're literally sitting right here. I never put them in. I never put them in the oven. And you know what? I'm going to finish rolling this bowl of cookies first. I'm finishing rolling this bowl of cookies because my gloves are like, I'm in it right now. And I've got like 7, maybe 8 more cookies in this bowl, and we're going to finish the bowl. They don't take that long to bake, and they should be fine. Like I'm not worried about it, but I was like, I feel like the timer should have gone off already. And I'm like, nah, dude, you didn't do it. Yeah, Cyborg, it was totally. I'm just trying to roll them all first. Yep, that's definitely it. Responsibilities? No. Listen, I am joking. I do not actually expect anyone to like note that type of thing to me. That's on me thing. That's not a that's on y'all thing. Just like I was joking. That was a joke. FYI. Command joke if you want to get right down to it. Anyway. But yeah, I am going to finish rolling these because there's not that many in the bowl, and I don't want to change my gloves out again. Wilbur's, Hershey, Nestle, if they change the taste for better or for worse, it would be. You know, we were talking about Wilbur's chocolate in chat the other day. The like Wilbur's chocolate rosebuds or chocolate stars. I forget exactly what they were, but they were the ones that looked like buttholes. The chocolates that looked like butts. Pies from says Wilbur butts. Yeah, those. The ones that look like little butts. Not the whole butt, just a specific part of it. You can use your imagination. Or look it up online. You could also do that. Now I can't unsee that, right? Listen, I used to work with a guy. Not the whole butt, but the... Yes, there we go. We've got it. It used to be a lint store at King of Prussia. I love Lindt chocolates though. Those little round chocolates, the little like round ones that are filled with whatever they're filled with. Those are so good. I buy them at CVS at Christmas time. Shart, welcome in. Shart, good to see you. What were you streaming today? What was hold on, it's gonna tell me in a second. Resident Evil 2 in the dark, probably. In the absolute blessed cursed dark. Welcome in, friends. It's nice to have you. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god. I love it. This is a first. I think, is this the first time you've raided? Shart is a frequent chatter, a member of our little weird internet group here. Automod really doesn't like the word butthole. No, it's shocking, I'm sure. Worma, thank you. I appreciate it. We love a raid. We love a raid. Friends who are joining us from Shart Stream, welcome. This is slightly less scary of an experience in terms of the content of this stream, meaning there's no like dark jump scares here. The only thing that's scary is like when I am baking cookies essentially on stream and I forget to put the cookies in the oven, which happened a few moments ago. It's an ongoing problem. I obviously haven't put them in, but anyway, welcome. My name's Lieu. This is a food stream. We cook here. We do a lot of vegetable forward family meals. We do some baking and meal prep. We do prepping for camping trips. Just a lot of cooking. I do recipe development on stream too, both for enjoyment and for work. And then we get out in the world sometimes for IRL, in real life, out amongst the people of Philadelphia. Which is where I live, East Coast, US. Follows are silent and anonymous. If you are the type of person who enjoys lurking and doesn't want to be like perceived when you hit the follow button, please know that nothing happens. Literally nothing happens. You hit the follow and you follow, but there's no alerts or sounds. You just follow, and that's kind of cool. And we love that. We're just about finished rolling out the first batch of cookies here. Once I am finished with this bowl, we're going to put the cookies in the oven. When I get these cookies in the oven, we're going to take not a break specifically, but I do need to make a little bit more chocolate chunk for my cacao nibs. So we're going to do that while we bake these cookies, because that's going to be, I have enough for another tray here. I'm also going to refresh my sugar. Here. I'm going to just pour this out, and we'll get some new sugar. We'll get some new cacao nibs. We're going to reset. I'm gonna wipe my counter off too, because we're between batches. This was batch number 1 of the dough, and we're going to be in batch number 2. Momentarily. So we'll get a new spoon. We'll get new gloves. Get new everything. Cookies in the oven. Cookies in the oven. For fuck's sake, put the cookies in the oven. Okay. And set the timer. For gosh sake, set the timer too. Okay. These are in. Let me set my stove camera up, and because I want to get my setup here ready for the next little bit. So 1 second. I'm gonna pour the cacao nibs out of here, or the dust. I'm gonna tap this out into the sink. Beautiful. You were not on the list last month. Did I miss that? Did I miss that? Can you send me a DM? Can you do that? Can you send me a thing in Discord? Like is that because I will in the process of managing Cookie Club, I use Discord DMs, and it's basically the only time of the month that I check DMs. Might have been because of the name change. It might have been because you added an underscore. But that shouldn't matter because it getting technical. It shouldn't matter because your Twitch ID, like your ID number on Twitch, doesn't change no matter what you change your name to or what you alter it, how you alter it. Your actual Twitch ID doesn't change. But that might have been a I just missed it scenario. And because the 6 month thing, I pull off of Twitch's report, which does hinge off of the user ID and not your actual name. Sorry, that was a bit deep of a very it was a very in-depth way of explaining sort of what my thinking was. Anyway, if you DM me, we will make it right. I'm gonna get out my food processor and make some more cacao nibs. I recognize that these are not specifically cacao nibs, but that's okay. I have a bar of unsweetened chocolate in here, so we're gonna pop that in, as well as a few of the morsels. I have some dark chocolate morsels. So these are sort of a little melty. So they're not the ideal situation, but we're going to combine them with this dark chocolate, and that should be pretty good for at least a few more cookies. Like I said, I really only need 52 cookies to be like the way that I really want them to be. Which is to say, like with the chocolate on the outside and have them like be sort of exactly right. The ones that I will make sort of for the household, I wouldn't mind if they were, not that. So let's see what we get when we pulse this up. Working pretty well. All right, that looks pretty good. These look roughly the same size and shape and kind of texture as the previous ones. So I'm going to dump those out. If there's any huge chunks in here, that'll be I don't see. So that's good. All right, this should be good. We're going to leave the food processor out though, and not fill this with water just yet because if I need it again, I don't want to have to wash it and dry it. I just want to move it over to the counter out of the way. Okay, so we're going to move these chocolates over here next to the food processor as well. And let me close the cabinets because those constitute visual clutter, and that's annoying. All right, so we have, that looks like plenty. That's like way more, this is way more than, that's like a whole bag worth of cacao nibs right there. So that should be good to take us through the end, hopefully. Here's what I will say about this. We're going to use up the rest of what's in there, and then we're going to stop making cookies because I'm not going to need more cookies after that. We will roll the rest of them though. If we end up getting through that and have more dough, I'll finish rolling the dough and I'll just put it in the freezer. Okay, so we're good on the sugar. I didn't use all the sugar last time. The sugar is a lot less, gets used up a lot less than the nibs, so that's fine. So this is ready to go. I have my, pause. Where's my towel? All right, I keep tossing my towels away because they keep getting chocolate on them and it's like melty and it's not ideal. Okay, so I'm continuing to like wipe dry stuff off the counter. Okay, so this is about to dip into batch number 2. But before I do that, I'm gonna put cherries on the rest of these, and then we will we'll get this tray ready to go. Because once that tray is ready, when those are finished in the oven, I can just do a quick switch and they'll be in and out of the oven and ready for the next one. All right, I got 6 minutes left on my timer. Also going to get my cooling racks out because we'll put the tray on there and we'll start the cooling process. Oh my God, it is pouring rain. It is pouring like a big raindrops the size of like cookie balls outside. This is wild. Was that ding your timer? No, the ding was for a Cookie Club entry. You can redeem the thing that is in the channel point redeems. There's 90 seconds where that channel point redeem is available, and then it goes away again for an hour. So there's when you hear that ding, it means that for the next 90 seconds, you can click the thing. And if you click the thing enough times, it's a Cookie Club entry. It's sort of like a check-in thing, except it happens on the hour. So there's that. All right, cherries. There's 1 and 2. All right, so we're ready to tray up another thing of cherries. I've got my powdered sugar there, ready to go. And then we'll move forward. Roma guided the raid. Yes, I do appreciate that. And that itself is a Cookie Club entry, as well, which I think you're telling me that because you know that, and I appreciate it. There is another way that I'm going to start doing Cookie Club entries, and it's specifically for lurkers, but I haven't figured it out yet. But I want to say it's been really interesting. And I want to say thank you if you're lurking and you're like hanging out right now and you're listening and you're a lurker and you like haven't chatted on stream today. 1, that's fine. Totally okay. I appreciate that you hang out on the stream. I have set up a thing that can just track watch time without chatting, without hitting lurk, without hitting a command or channel point redemption or anything like that. I haven't like dwelt on this yet. And I'm coming around to it because now that I've got the capacity to do it, I want to be able to start. But I have it set up where that every multiplier of a certain amount of time is tracked. And it's like, I would like to start doing Cookie Club entries for that, even for folks who are just lurking. But I don't know how to make it so that if you just lurk, you can tell me that you want to be contacted about Cookie Club. I do know that if we do that and I have like lurk time or watch time as a metric, I would not say that person's name when it came out of the bowl. But it has been interesting because there are folks who lurk on the stream. And I've seen some names come through because I have some tracking set up for it to like ping a private channel in Discord for me, just like it does with check-ins and whatnot. And I've seen some names in there where I was like, oh shit, that's a lot of watch time. I didn't know you were hanging out. And it's super cool. And I love seeing it. And I also want to retain the anonymity that some people enjoy. Anyway, that was a lot of words to say. I haven't done anything about it yet, but it's on the roadmap. This tray is ready to go. So we have 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I already have another tray ready here. This is yeah, this one's ready to go. If anybody has suggestions on how to delicately and directly like manage sort of contacting folks, or I'd like folks to be able to lurk and then opt in to getting channel points or getting the reward. Caretaker, hello, we had 5 minutes of hail last night. Oh my God. Wild. Definitely wild. If it wasn't for lurkers, our stream would have 2 viewers. Totally. And I get that. It's definitely, I don't chat. Me personally, I don't chat on streams. Very rarely, extremely rarely, but I do watch a lot of streams. And I'm trying to think of how I would want someone. Basically, what I'd love to be able to do is say, if you're a lurker and you'd like your watch time to count towards a Cookie Club entry, or even if you're not a lurker, anyone who wants their watch time to count toward a Cookie Club entry, like, tell me. Because I don't want to out somebody, you know, like I'm not trying to do that. You know, but I don't know how to get somebody to tell me, you know, if they're just lurking and they don't want to chat. What's the way? What's the methodology? Like, is it a channel point thing? Because that comes through in chat. Maybe it is. Maybe it's one of those like, hey, redeem this reward and I won't mention it, or like whatever. There's no sounds, or I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know yet. So we're working on it. I'm considering it. I've talked about it like a million times on stream. I'm sorry. We have a tray of cookies coming out of the oven right now. Let's get those out, and we'll get our next tray in. Okay, shush. There we go. Yeah, these look great. Nicely spaced. Drop that tray so that they flatten. I'm going to put this tray in. Start the timer. And we're going to roll some more cookies. Perfect. And about 5, let's give it 10 minutes from right now. We'll take those cookies off the tray and we'll let them cool down for that amount of time. And in that amount of time, we're going to roll some more cookies. Wilma says, I imagine some of them want to lurk so hard they don't want to be part of the cookie club either. Exactly, Wilma. And that's the thing that I don't want. Not that I don't want. I want them to do that, and I want them to feel like I'm not going to make them be part of it. This all came... Timmy says, I never acknowledge lurkers because I don't want them to feel obligated to say hello back. Exactly. I don't even acknowledge followers. Like if you hit the follow button on the stream, I don't acknowledge you. It doesn't show up in chat. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. Nothing happens when someone follows the stream. And that's the way I want it to be. You know, that's definitely how I want it to be. I'm adding this powdered sugar on here right now because otherwise I may forget later, and it definitely like should go on. I think, Wilma, to your point, that is honestly my concern. I think that's the harder part of this, because it all came out of the fact that there's one specific viewer on this stream who does lurk. And who lurks and is a subscriber and has won Cookie Club before for a variety of different ways, different reasons, different, like for donations, or using channel points. Like they don't chat, and that's totally okay. And I value that, because that's how I Twitch. That's how I Twitch. Like that's, you know, whatever. That's a weird advertising campaign, but it is what it is. That person, I would love to be able, because this happened when I put in the thing for points in chat. So for every 500 chat messages that you send, you get a Cookie Club entry. I was thinking about this person because I was like, oh, like this person doesn't chat, but they're a regular. I know they're here because I can see the time. Like Twitch gives you data on watch time. Like it's not a secret, right? It's not like y'all know this, right? That like a streamer can see if you're watching their stream in the metrics, like on Stream Elements or whatever. And I know from looking on occasion, I don't really look at I don't look at specific watch time or viewers, that type of thing regularly. But I'm aware that this person does watch stream. And I was like, they don't chat. And so it feels like I'm excluding one whole piece of the audience by not offering something for those folks too. But again, I don't want to have to make them do something like chat in order to be entered, and I don't want to enter them without consent. So we have a quandary, right? I have a system set up where I can say like, hey, for every 20 hours of stream that you lurk, it tells me. But I'm using that. I want to use that for entries, but it could be any number of hours. Like I used 20 off the cuff, but yeah, I just don't know how to do that yet. I don't know how to make it an opt-in, like I consent to you doing
Daddy?
the thing.
Sorry.
Daddy?
Know? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy?
Because
Sorry.
I also
Daddy?
want people.
Daddy?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy? Bye.
I want people to feel comfortable. That's it. I really just want people to feel comfortable in the stream, and I want people who lurk to feel like I'm not going to make them chat or make them redeem rewards or any of it. Anyway, we can move along from that because I don't really have an answer to that yet. And I'm probably going to try like a few different things and see which one most people feel comfortable with. And I have on my thought in my head that there are a few people who I know lurk on the stream who have won Cookie Club before, and with whom I have like sent messages on Discord before, and I'm probably going to like reach out to them directly and be like, hey, here's the few ideas that I have. You're the people that I'm thinking of. How would you like me to handle this? Yeah. Froggy says shy chatters. I don't know. It's definitely, some people are shy. And I think that could be a part of it. I think that some people just get busy, right? Or like are not interested in the depth of being in the conversation. They just want to hear the conversation, right? Like, it's sort of like if you go out by yourself and you're out in public and you are next to people at a table and they're chatting about something fascinating, maybe that you're interested in. There's certain people who would butt right into that conversation and be like, hey, I know all about that. Let me share my knowledge with you, right? And those are your chatters. Those are your people who are like, those are the people who chat on Twitch. And then there's the people who just want to sit there and listen. And those are your lurkers. And both of those things happen all the time. And both of them are fine. Yeah, August, that's definitely, I have a tendency to talk to people when I'm out in the world. I am making active efforts in my life to rein in that instinct of like minding other people's business, right? And sometimes it's fine. Sometimes you're just like, sometimes they invite you in to the conversation. But I know there are people in my life who will make themselves part of every conversation. Like I've been out with people who like it was just me and them, and we're like hanging out and talking, and then all of a sudden I'm involved in a group conversation, and I'm like, this is kind of annoying, honestly. Like I'm with you. I didn't want to talk to her. The table, the people at the wherever, the couple next to us. I didn't want to talk to them too. Like That wasn't what I wanted out of this at all. And I'm trying to rein that instinct in for myself just a little bit. And also I get into conversations and then I'll be out with Calvin or something and he'll be like, come on, like, let's go. Like, we got to move or whatever. And I don't always love that when people get into my conversations either. So I'm trying to be better at like reading the room, so to speak. I don't know. I'm not always that good at it. But I'm trying. All right. We have cookies in the oven. We have a tray of cookies that is cooling on the counter. I am about 2 minutes from now, I'm going to stop rolling cookies and we're going to take these ones over here off the tray. And then we're going to tray up some from this prep pile. And when the oven is done, or when the cookies in the oven are finished in about 4 minutes, I'll make the swap and we'll keep it moving. But I have a 1 tray's worth of cookies with cherries on here that are ready to be trayed up. So once my timer goes off here in about a minute, I'll switch what I'm doing and we'll do that. Queen of shit. She was a major expert on waste management. That's okay. That's kind of fun. And they probably enjoyed talking about that. Or they're used to talking about it. And those two things can coexist if that's, I'm sure they're used to when people find out what they do, having questions. I would. Went to the sewer museum in Paris. It was very fun. I would have a lot of questions. Her face lit up when we were interested. Yeah, and that's cool. And yeah, I think reading the room, like I said, Fall Guys, is a thing that I'm trying to get better at in that circumstance. Wow, Cyber like nailed that one. That's wild. Yeah, work can be a passion. It can be for some people. If you enjoy your job, you are I don't want to say lucky, but it is fortunate if you can have a job that you are also enjoy doing. That's really cool. That's neat. You're like, hey, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's really funny. These cookies look great. We're cooling off. So I'm probably going to need to finish baking all of these before I can even start packaging them. I don't know how long they were going to take to cool off, but I feel like they're probably going to take a little longer than previous cookies. We'll see. I may get a fan out and just like put a fan on the counter to help facilitate the cooling. But we'll see. I've got another tray coming out of the oven, so I'm gonna give it another 10 minutes. So we're gonna cool this next tray. And if after 10 minutes, those over here are not, if they're still like quite warm and soft, I'm going to put a fan on the counter and sort of blow in that direction. Because they need to cool before I can package them. So much like, this is sort of why I don't love having to rest my dough, because I don't like having to rest it on one end and then cool it on the other. You always have to cool it. I can't put hot cookies in these packages because they would steam and then they would just be like super soft and not very good. We cannot do that. But if they're not quite cool, then we're going to need to assist in that effort. Because I do want to be able to finish. I want to finish packaging these, and my goal, as I had said previously, was to finish our stream by 17:30 today. It is currently 15:30, so 2 hours to finish baking and packing. It seems plenty, but it goes by in a hurry. Okay. 13, 14, 15. Okay, so I have exactly enough here for another tray. Cookies are finished in the oven, so we're going to take this batch. We're going to be, let's do this with a towel. That's fine. Get a batch out of the oven. Oh no, I put the towel right in the middle of that cookie and it broke. They're very soft when they come out of the oven, so that's fine. All right, so I'm going to drop this. Those are flat. One of those has been ruined by my thumb, but the other ones look good, and that's okay. I'm going to start our timer there. I'm going to do a 9-minute timer for the resting of these because
I know what I'm doing.
9.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
9 minutes. I need slightly more time for these because the next batch I did not put cherries in yet, so I need like a little bit of additional time to get the cherries poked into there. I want to tell you, Gwen and Calvin just arrived home. So if you have been hanging out here before, you know that when Calvin gets home, I tend to give him a little bit more of my attention and energy because he's my child and deserves that. And so they're going to come in the house. He's probably going to talk about what he did at camp today, at his cooking camp. He is then probably going to go get his iPad and rot his brain for another hour or two before karate. So just an FYI, they are home. They're coming in the house currently. So that is coming up. Oh, guys, yeah. It didn't actually touch the cherry. We're still intact here. The cookies are very soft when they come out of the oven. So this one got the whole, just ripped the side of it off basically. Which is a little annoying, but that's okay. I'm sure it probably tastes the same, right? Gotta taste the same. So we have 15, 30, 45. So I will have one more tray in the oven that I need to put in. So this next tray that goes in the oven is the last one that needs to get baked today. When I say needs, what I mean is when I'm finished baking that one, I will have enough cookies for packaging. So everything after that is not mandatory to bake. So I may, when I'm finished rolling these and putting the chocolate and sugar on them, I may end up freezing these so that, I may end up freezing some of these. And I probably will actually end up freezing some of these because I don't think I need to bake all of them right now. And frankly, I do enjoy having a little leftover like cookie ball situation in the oven. So, or not in the oven, in the freezer, as you all know. I have a stock of freezer cookies, and these would be very easy to identify. Some of the cookies that we made in the past look very much the same. And I'm like, what cookie is that? I don't even know. But these are dark and chocolate looking. So they're certainly they will certainly be very very easy to like to say what they are. Not all cookies look the same, but a lot of the light colored ones do. They're the ones that are like some of the ones that we've made. Like the other ones that I can definitely easily identify, like the green ones, the pistachio pudding ones, they're easy. They're easy to see. They're literally green. Yeah, raisin and chocolate chip. Yeah, they definitely do. And you don't want to mistake you don't want to mistake the two. Oatmeal cookies with chocolate chips in them are very different than oatmeal cookies with raisins in them. And yet they look similar. All right. I don't know how much is left in this bowl total volume wise. It's hard to tell because this bowl is a different size than the first bowl that I was using. But we're getting there. We are getting there. All right. So I've got about 4 minutes until I need to take a pause and put another tray together. And then we'll be back to the rolling. I do want to, whatever I do, I'm going to finish rolling these cookies. I'm probably not going to bake all of them. Or I know I'm not going to bake all of them, but I am going to finish
And it don't matter.
shaping and
None of this
coating them.
matters.
Calvin, hello. Welcome.
Speaking of coating,
Speaking of coating,
I coated some scones.
You made scones in camp today?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about making scones.
Eclairs that we made.
You made eclairs?
Yeah. They have whipped
Ooh.
cream and chocolate drizzled on top.
Oh my god.
Whipped cream in them.
You can just feed me one.
Right now?
What do you mean right now? No, later. I mean, yeah, now if you're if you're serving them up, sure. Or if you want to save them for later, we can do that.
I mean, either one is fine.
Okay.
He says as he walks away.
Yeah.
Would you rather me give it to you right now?
I would definitely, I mean, I wouldn't not eat it, that's for sure.
Okay.
What
We
do we
also
got
made
here?
chicken noodle soup.
Chicken noodle soup. Okay.
What was this?
Cool. What is what?
2000 South
Sea
Broad
films,
Street.
hello.
Yeah.
30 miles per hour. In a 25 mile per hour.
No, it says Gwen.
No. That's you.
Oh.
That is you in that car right there.
Look to your left.
Ah! Damn.
In the seat.
Mm.
They take pictures of the car.
That's really good.
Look. Gwen, please.
Yeah, because the car is in my name. That's why.
I got a speeding ticket. A camera speeding ticket. South Broad Street. Where was I going on South?
Violation date 6/17.
Whoa.
Seven.
Is his room messy? His room's actually not messy.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my room is amazing.
His room's pretty.
You were driving back to the city from having dropped me off at the Phillies.
Oh yeah, I was in a hurry.
40 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour zone.
But there's no one around me. Look at the picture.
Fine.
$100
You
fine.
don't go 1
Damn.
million in a 20.
I don't. I
Wait.
literally don't. How many fucking speeding tickets have I got? Literally none.
Yeah, none yet. How many times? You've never.
Ticket.
I've only been pulled over for
B.
speeding
You had
once.
nowhere to be.
I had somewhere to be. I
You
dropped
had
you off.
nowhere to be.
I did have somewhere to be. I wanted to be home. I was home, and you were going to a Phillies game, and I didn't want to. I offered to drop you off nicely. You were probably in the. You know what? I bet you were in the car.
No, because it was driving back to the city. You can see the city. You were driving north.
Nah,
So I wouldn't
I
have
don't
been
believe it. I was probably.
It says- it
You were
says
probably.
20.
You were
But
probably yelling at me to
that's
go
not
faster
progress.
to get there.
No, I fucking was not. No.
Oh my god. Oh well.
No, what?
Oh well.
How is the eclair?
The eclair was great.
Oh, okay.
The eclair was great.
Do you want one now, Mom?
No.
Yeah, make mom eat one.
Okay. Yeah.
They were really good. Calvin made chicken noodle soup for lunch. So they make this is it's a baking week at camp, but they do
This is bread that we made.
they do a lunch. They do like a savory type lunch.
Yeah,
too.
these are the scones.
Ooh.
They're lemon scones with lemon, powdered sugar, and salt glaze on them.
Damn.
That's what's in the glaze. I mean,
Looks great.
We made pies, berry pies. This is my pie.
Whoa, hold on. I want to zoom in on that, but I can't with the camera.
What?
I love you so much, but I don't want to eat.
Why?
I don't like berries like that.
Okay. More for me and Dad then.
Yeah.
I mean, I love shit like that, so I'll definitely eat that.
Yeah, I haven't had
What
it.
happened to the middle of that one?
The middle of what one?
What's going on in the middle of that? Looks like
Well,
there's something-
we were allowed to put our soup in there.
Oh, it's a bread bowl for soup. Okay.
Yeah, but I wanted mine on the side.
Okay.
And then I ate the little top thing.
Okay.
And then I brought this home and I had the soup.
Okay.
What, Mom?
I was like, what happened to that bread? It looks like it's like a bread cavern.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's fun. What? Ah. Sasha, hello. Welcome in.
What's so funny?
Yeah, what are you laughing at?
Eat a Dad's bot.
What? Oh, yeah. Calvin's laughing at that the bot asks if you're flirting, which is pretty funny. Okay, cool.
And that's it.
So I am on track to take you to karate tonight, by the way.
Okay.
Just FYI. Like that is,
Color toddy.
yeah, that's was part of my planning and continues to be part of the equation. Okay, can you step to the side, please?
I can.
I want to. Please step to the side. I want to take these off the tray. Sasha, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Good to have you. As well. Calvin, how long did it take to make those things? So he's in camp for 5 hours.
The soup took like maybe 2 hours, but we were like on
Yeah.
the eclairs.
Okay. These.
Probably like an
Good.
hour.
I'm gonna take this tray.
Like an hour and a half, maybe.
Okay.
Including how long it took to make.
Okay.
Put them away.
The eclairs took like an hour and a half.
Just a moment. And then the bread, I'm not sure how long it took. I didn't make it.
Okay. Yeah, several hours, and they were doing multiple things at once, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The scones took. I'm not sure. I didn't make those either.
Okay.
I made the sauce. The sauce made chocolate. 15 minutes maybe.
Okay.
And the pie took maybe like an hour.
The pie took like an hour.
About. Maybe a little more.
Okay, we got cookies finishing in the oven, and then these that I just dropped on the tray are going to go in. So don't, Calvin, watch
Yeah, I see.
yourself there. We're gonna
Come over here.
when it's gonna switch one. Okay, this one's out. drop that on the counter that they flatten.
I'm gonna practice.
And then we're gonna put this in and that. We'll start the timer. And all right, so how many ovens does the camp have?
Oven.
Yeah, how many ovens are there? 3, he says. Yeah, it's not a commercial kitchen, but it's really well appointed. I saw it this morning actually, and it's a demonstration kitchen. So it has like a bunch of ovens, it has a lot of equipment, and then it has like basically a big U shape around a central area that is they can do like
Little more in this room.
stuff. It says a little more on that one. Kid goes to cooking camp 1 week and just has opinions about powdered sugar. Okay, we're gonna finish rolling these cookie balls, and then we'll be finished. How many kids are in the camp?
19, if they're all there.
19. Cool. What are you doing right now? What's your next thing for today? Do you have things on your to-do list? Or did you and Mom just talk about this? I didn't see the conversation.
The only thing that I need to do is the clean up bedroom.
Okay, are you gonna...
Practice forms is all in there, and
Yeah.
clean off table is also on there, but that'll be later.
Okay, so what are you doing to clean up your bedroom? Because that is on the list, right?
Yeah.
Are you doing that while you're
Yes.
gonna have YouTube on?
Correct.
Okay. Can you sit your iPad down in your room in one place and do the cleaning while it's playing?
That's what I do.
I mean, instead of carrying it around in front
Yeah,
of you.
That's what I do.
Okay. Sounds good. So he's essentially attending America's Test Kitchen. Yeah, kind of. It's the... He said, I don't know what that is, but probably. Yeah, it's they do it's a summer camp, but they have year-round programming for kids and adults. They have like both. It's like kitchen education. So it's the place isn't like retrofitted to be that thing. It's it was built for the purpose that it's being used for, if that makes sense. So it's pretty neat. I've never been there as an adult for like any of their programming. He's been there. This is his second year going to camp there. Last year he went with a friend and really enjoyed it. And this year he's just going because he wanted to. Bellis, I love a good burger sauce. Hey, in the food chat channel in Discord, there was a little image posted that was like, here's a bunch of different copycat sauces of different like fast food sauces, and it looked pretty interesting. It looked pretty cool. I was like, okay, some of these are like really simple. But said we had no form of summer camp of any kind in my area. I wish we did. He only goes for the day and comes back. Yeah, it's definitely just a daytime camp. We haven't done an overnight camp. I think some of his friends do overnight camp, but he hasn't yet. I didn't when I was a kid until I was in high school. Yeah, high school was the first time I did an overnight camp. And that was Boy Scout camp. Like I went to a Boy Scout camp as a camper like twice, and then I worked at one for a long time. So when I was in high school, my summer experience was like it was like summer camp, but I was an employee and not a camper. So slightly different than what he is doing. But he's also 10. He's not legally allowed to be employed anywhere. So when I was a kid, I didn't do like all summer camps, like all summer at summer camp. I did swim lessons. I did like an art camp a couple times. But it wasn't like he's like signed up he's got like a packed agenda this summer, which I think, I don't know if that's going to continue next year, but it's you know, still getting up early in the morning, still like going somewhere. It's like even more logistically complicated than school, except there's no homework, and he's specifically this week he's cooking. But he's had some other ones. They did like an outdoor one. He's going to do one at a rec center. He's going to do, yeah, what else has he done? He's going to do one that's like climbing focused. Last summer he did a soccer camp. So it's, you know, it's kind of like whatever. Get him his first Pokemon, right? Yeah, could be. Caretaker. You know, it's funny. I don't know anything about Pokemon. I feel like, I mean, I know about it conceptually, but I don't have a like big knowledge of the how that works. I am not the one to like indoctrinate. Maybe indoctrinate's not the right word. I'm not the one to like guide him into that world for sure. Darlene Darlene on YouTube, camping in high school. Yeah, for me, I was just in high school when I started. I think I went to like, we did some overnight trips when I was in middle school, with my scout troop, but I didn't like go away to summer camp, and for an overnight thing until, yeah, I must have been, no, that's not true. I guess I was 12, so maybe 8th grade. Ash was 10 canonically when he started from Palatown. Okay. So yeah, he's definitely right in that age. Might be a little old. He'll be 11 soon. Calvin will. I don't know how Ash is. Ash is perpetually 10, right? That's how that works. Did I start the timer for that? I did. Okay, good. I did not start a timer for when I need to stop making these cookie balls, but there's 5.5 minutes left on the clock, and I don't have 5.5 minutes left worth of dough in here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to make one more tray, based on the number of cookie balls I have. I have exactly one more tray worth. I just ran out of chocolate for the nib, the initial coating situation, but I've only got like maybe 4-5 more cookies worth of dough in this thing, so I'm just going to go ahead and coat these last ones just with granulated sugar, and then we're gonna call it. Because I'm not busting out the food processor again for just a very small number of cookies that I don't actually need. And that's okay. These cookies were delicious without the nibs. I mean, I imagine they're delicious without the nibs. I actually didn't try them without the nibs. They all have them so far, but that's okay. But yeah, we're gonna finish this and then we'll move on to our next one. When I freeze these, I am also not going to put the cherries on top of them because then they'll just fall off in the freezer and that'll be annoying. So once I've got basically one more cookie bowl in here. Once I do that, we're going to do the next tray, and then we will do, and then we'll clean up the counter. I need to see what the temperature of those cookies is too, if they've cooled off. I think I'm going to get a fan anyway, sort of regardless of whether or not they're completely cool. I'm going to pop a fan on them just so that they cool off more. Because cool is good, but completely cool would be better. Darlene, I will definitely taste another one. The test cookie that I have in the oven, I taste tested. I think we'll do at least one more. Coming up in a moment here. Okay. So this is good. Let's get our last tray. Hold on. Do not need the recipe anymore because everything is in the oven or in a place where I don't need to know what to do with it. The timing is fine. So each of these little trays, or each of these wire racks, has 15 cookies on it. It's super convenient. Let me take these and then we'll try up another round and then we'll see how the first ones cooled off. Because whether or not the first ones are cool is not relevant to whether or not I'm putting these next ones in the oven. So that's what we're going to do first, because I've got 2 minutes left on the ones that are in there. So let's get these all situated. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh no, I actually have 16 on this tray that have cherries on them. Well, that's fine. Let's see if I could have actually put 4 across here. We'll do 4 across on this one row. And if they merge together, you know what? Totally fine, because I don't need them anyway. Now these, we're going to put, oh, cherry fell off that one. There we go. These are ready to go. Perfect. Beautiful. All right, now these, we're going to spread out a little bit on this tray and put these in the freezer. We'll get these off the counter. See if I even have room in the freezer. I hope so. Beautiful. Okay, now got 45 seconds on the tray in the oven, so we have just enough time. Perfect. I do have room. Plenty of it. I don't need these. These are the last couple cherries that are in here. Does it feel good? I can't eat all of those though. That would be bad. Why does cookie dough freeze so well? See, here's where I don't understand. Here's where I don't know if you're actually making a joke or not, and I don't know if I'm gonna I don't know if the expectation is that I'm supposed to explain, literally, or ask, why does cookie dough freeze so well? I don't know. I mean, butter freezes really well, so that's one of the primary ingredients in this. So I'm guessing it's sort of maybe that has something to do with it. Unclear. I know that when you bake the cookies after they've been frozen, they are they take like an extra. You can basically take them from being frozen, put them on a sheet pan, still frozen, and put them directly in the oven, and they end up being fine. Like they're totally fine. You give them like an extra 2 minutes from the original baking time, and it works really well. They are yeah, and like that's what I do. Some of them, all the cookies that I have in my freezer currently in the cookie bag, some of them have baked at different temperatures, right? Some of them have been like, 375 or whatever. None of them have been more than 375, I should say. But they, when I bake them again, I always just bake them at 350. Like I don't look at what the original cookie was. I don't even know what the original cookie was when I put them in most of the time. I'm just like, well, that was a cookie. That was a cookie that we had. All right, so we have one more tray in the oven. I have enough cookies out here that are ready to go. Yeah, cookie dough is really resilient. I do imagine it's the fact that all the moisture in it is fat based. That's probably a good thought there, because like meat gets freezer burn, but like cookies don't at all. I mean, I have some cookies in my freezer right now that have been in there for probably a year, maybe less than a year. I would bake them and feed them to other people. I wouldn't even think about it. Like I would be like, I wouldn't be like, are these any good? Yeah, they're fine. They're all butter. They're actually shortbread cookies, so they're like just butter. Okay. Let's see how these first ones dried out. We picked a thick one. Yeah, these are pretty. I'd package these right now. They're pretty dry. I'm gonna put I think what I'll do is, let me get that fan out, and I'll just put the fan on the counter, to sort of give them the last bit of drying out. They do. The first batch is like pretty good. Obviously the more recent ones are in various stages of warmth, but the first batch seems good. I need to plug this in, and need to do that over here because all my plugs are in use. So bear with me for just a moment. I don't remember if I started my timer for that last batch of cookies. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. If I didn't, at least I'm at the point where I know what they should look like and feel good that I could figure it out. Okay, so we're just gonna put the fan right like that. And yeah, now these have like some air blowing across them and will cool off a little easier, quicker, and easier, I suppose. Oven mitt is looking very battle scarred. It is. It's old. It's old, but it still works. So this is my cookie. This is from batch number 1. It has a nice browned, crunchy bottom, and then this is the top, where we've got a little maraschino cherry and some powdered sugar. And then this is the inside, which is still a little chocolatey. We saw a little bit of a chocolatey sort of pull there. That's why these need to cool off a little more than just the exterior. Loving the manicure. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very pleased with the manicure too. But they are looking good. And taste-wise, these are really, really fantastic. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with these. I did not set a timer for those cookies in the oven. Messed it up on the last one. Unbelievable. Darlene, thank you. On YouTube, chocolate looks yummy. Did a good job. I appreciate that. Words of praise and positive affirmation are a significant love language for me. So, good job is like a thing I love to hear. What is beta stress? I don't understand what that means. I literally don't know what that means. I can't. I can't interpret the question. Why my flag is upside down? Which flag? It's not upside down. This one? This flag? I don't know. It's how it was manufactured. Is the red supposed to be on top? It was born that way. I don't know if the red goes on top. I've actually never had. Yeah, an upside down flag means distress. Yeah, no, that is true of country flags. The flag is nice, Charlie. It says, yeah, it's over there for a reason. I have 3 flags over there. I have the Pride flag, the US flag, and the Canadian flag. The only one that's on the fridge though is the Canadian flag. Because I don't know, because it's the only one that's a magnet. Do I have another one on the fridge? Yeah. Whenever I go camping, we're usually in a rural area. Hold on. I was just talking about not having set that timer. Let's set a timer for 5 minutes. And then we'll kind of take a look. Whenever I go camping, I'm usually in a very rural area. And I like to at the campsite, I like to put out 2 flags, a US flag and a Pride flag. Because it really, I think that the mental calisthenics that some people do when they see like the US flag, like, yeah, patriotism. And then they see the Pride flag and they're like, huh? SoundCloud rap, no. You look like you're going somewhere. Oh, okay. Got it. The noise is the fan. I put the fan on the cookies so that they would cool down quicker. Okay. I think, let me see. How long have those cookies been in the oven? Those cookies have been in the oven long enough that I can touch this tray. So that means that they're 2 to 3 minutes from being finished. Let's get this next bit. Let's get these off the tray. Oh, yeah. So these have, this is interesting. I think these are the ones that had the chocolate chips as opposed to the cacao nibs. And I can see the difference on the tray here, like these chocolate streaks. Those were not there for the first bunch of batches because it wasn't, it was nibs. It was like a different type of chocolate. Whereas these are a more melty type of chocolate. So that's kind of fascinating. Yeah, they definitely are a little bit more, a little bit more moisture in this chocolate than the previous batches. But again, that's because I am using a different type of chocolate. So that's okay. And that's good because this is like the last, not the last batch, but this is, they still are fine. They look fine and they'll dry off. They'll dry off okay. I'm finished with this parchment. Whoa, parchment paper is escaping. I lifted it up and the fan just took it. Finished with that. Let me rinse my spatula here because that has a little too much chocolate on it to get the next ones off. And I'm gonna get these last bit of cookies out of the oven in just a moment here. Now I don't need this batch that's in the oven currently. I don't need them for Cookie Club specifically. So I'm gonna start getting my vacuum sealer out in just a moment here. I actually think I'm gonna take a real quick break here to file. When I get these out of the oven. I will put all of the dishes in the dishwasher, and we'll do a quick break. So, just FYI, that's going to be coming up. 9, will you let us know which ones you're getting? Yeah, I'm probably going to. Let's see. We have 15, 30. 3, 6, 39, 44. Yeah, everyone who I'm sending cookies to in the mail is going to get the ones that are the original, like the intended recipe. The other ones I'm saving for the household, and I'll give those to the postal, I'll give those to the Lisas at the post office. I want the folks who are getting Cookie Club cookies in the mail to get the ones that are the cacao nib ones. So those are the ones that you'll be getting. Because I think also from they'll ship better than the milkier chocolate ones. Okay, so this looks to be, my timer's up. I think these cookies in the oven should be finished. We're gonna take a look, see if they look like the ones from before. Yeah, they seem done. And again, even if these aren't done, these are household cookies, so it doesn't quite matter as much. These 3 trays, so all the ones you can see over here are all cacao nib versions, and they'll be good to send out. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. I'm going to file the dishes in the sink. I'm going to run a game of Words on stream, and we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch during that time as well. So I'm waiting for these cookies to finish cooling. As that is happening, I just want to give them another couple minutes. Then we'll set up for the actual packaging, and then we'll get started with the packaging portion, the actual packaging portion of the program. Stitch Lover, hello. I'm doing great. I'm doing really well, actually. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. It's almost the end of the week. We're almost there. We're almost to Friday. It's tomorrow, in fact. It's tomorrow for those of you who are Friday celebrators. I am kind of a Friday celebrator, even though it means a little less not working in a corporate situation. Okay, let's see. What else do I need to do? We have the food processor, and then the oven is off. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to load the dishes in the sink. We're going to do a game of Words on stream during that time, and then we'll be back for the actual cookie packaging. So if you're not familiar, Words on stream is kind of like Scrabble. It's a little guessing game. We do about every so often when we run an ad. So we're going to do that now. Here comes a game of Words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you don't want to hear the ad on Twitch, you can go follow on YouTube. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. But here's a game of Words on stream, and we'll be back momentarily. Enjoy, or don't, but we'll be back soon. Okay, bye.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Doing some dishes. Gonna get these in the dishwasher, and then I may have time, because there's not a lot of dishes here. I may have time to actually just do these few dishes. So let's put those in. Put some soap in there. Beautiful. Now, food processor is, it can go in the dishwasher. The dishwasher is kind of full, so we'll just put it in here and we'll do it by hand. Easy, easy. All right, time check, 16:20. Great, we're making really good time today. I'm impressed with myself. Good job, self. The goal, recall, my goal is to be finished stream by 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I can push it to 17:45, but I don't really want to do that. I want to finish prior to that. So, making good time, and we're still on track to do just that. So that's awesome. Okay, let me, I'll start a new game here. We haven't played Words in quite a while. It's been, haven't like practiced, haven't had as much practice with it recently. I've been going back and forth about all the ads again. I'm like, should I or should I not? Should we do this regularly? Should we not? I kind of landed on I don't like having ads at all, so the less I have to think about them, the better, is where my head is at. But I do run them while I'm doing dishes, because I'm not looking at chat during this time. Or I am, but only lightly. Only lightly looking at chat.
It's over!
Right. Did the dishes. Got just a small, we got like 3 dishes left here. Pretty good. We got through them. For the most part. All right, if you're on Twitch, welcome back, though. Thank you for your patience during the ad break. I appreciate it. We're going to run one more Game of Words on stream so I can finish the last, like, 2 things that are sitting over here at the sink. And then we'll be back to finish our cookie packing. I've got, if I finish these, I'll have finished all the dishes except the sheet pans, and that is awesome. Love that. That's not typical of a stream. Get all the dishes done. So when we can, we do. All right. Oh, A little piece of my food processor is broken. Didn't realize that, but okay. We'll have enough. And enough to run the dishwasher, too. Beautiful. Oh. Top of the food processor is still in there. Surprise. Oh no. Okay. But we did good. This was a very productive little break. Very productive little break for me. Wash that sheet pan later. All right, last guess is get them in. Last guess is get them in. Very good. Very good. All right. Let's hit exit, and we're going to come back over. Oh, wrong button. We're going to come back over here. There we are. We're back. All right. Let's get the last cookies off the tray. Then I will have a counter full of cookies on drying racks. And most of them are dry and ready to be packaged. These, it's still warm because they just came out of the oven a few minutes ago. But again, these are not for sending, so I don't need these to be cool at all yet. I'd like them to be cool enough to put into a container before I finish today. But they don't need to be, and that's okay. All right. Mix, welcome in. Hello. Uncommon, welcome in. Hello. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Hello. Did I draw for Cookie Club? We did. We drew on Monday of this week. I try to do the drawing. I try to do the drawing on the first stream of the month. I don't always make the cookies on the second stream of the month, but that happens to be the case this time. But I try to do the drawing on the first stream of the month because that just gets it out of the way. Then I can notify people, and that's the tricky part is making sure I notify everybody because it takes a few days for people to respond, honestly. So if you are in Discord, I try to send all of the notifications in Discord. I don't badger people about it. Like I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to keep going, but I do try to notify folks with like a couple days because not everybody checks their messages all the time. I certainly don't. So like if you messaged me about like me winning something, I might not see it for a few days. So I do try to keep it on the up at the beginning of the month, and then sometimes we go as far as I think last month I didn't make cookies until the 10th, 9th, 10th of the month, something like that. It was a ways into the month before we actually did any cookie making last time. It was deep enough into the month that it was only like 3 weeks ago. So here's what we do have though. I have all of these bags. Each of these bags is going to get 2 cookies. There are 26 bags here. Yeah. Sap, enjoy the market. Good luck. Good luck out there today. I hope it goes well for you. Unless you already went and came back. I'm assuming you're heading there now. I hope it's productive. All right. We have our cookies. So they're going into these. Let's get to my first. So basically I've got a couple drying racks here worth of cookies. And these are these, hold on, there we go. That's better. So these bags are already pre-sealed, already cut, pre-sealed and cut these bags. So these are literally ready to go. Popping the cookies in, we're going to seal them up, and then I'm going to start a new pile. Hold on, I gotta get my workflow is always a work in progress for these. Let's seal these, and then we'll put them in a little pile on the counter. And this is how we do it. Let's see how much of a seal can these take? All right, perfect. I've got like they're chocolate, so I don't the chocolate and then the cherry. I don't want to squish the cherry into like flat nothing. So we got to make this like a little more delicate. All right. I use the manual seal here versus the like automatic. So this particular vacuum sealer has a thing where you can just do like an automatic. It vacuums and seals, but it makes it too. It like presses it it presses it really tight when you do that, and I don't want it to be that tight. I just need it to be like just to the point where it's actually sealed, not pressed in so much. I did seal the other morning. I didn't do this on stream, but I was sealing all of my stock or my broth that I made recently. And that was fun because I just used the vacuum and seal function on here, and it got that broth like really tight and sealed in there. It was kind of wild. I was like, damn, I didn't realize it could get that much air out of the thing. It was very it was quite vacuumed. But yeah, this is good. I've got it just like to the point where the cherries are not crushed. Okay, but still sealed. That's the goal. So we're gonna send these tomorrow morning. So I have a big morning tomorrow. We've got let's see, what does tomorrow morning look like for me? I'm going to go to the gym. I'm gonna drop Calvin off at camp. I'm gonna go to the post office and mail some cookies. I'm gonna pick Calvin up from camp. No, then I'm gonna do some grocery shopping. Then I'm gonna come home for like 2 hours maybe, and back to pick Calvin up at camp. So busy day tomorrow. Busy day. I hope the Lisas like these cookies. They're I only ever see one of the two Lisas, but I know that they both work there. But when I drop the cookies off, I give them 3 bags worth, and I'm always like, "Can you share these?" You know, with the other folks that are here. And Lisa, who I see in the mornings, there's morning Lisa and afternoon Lisa. It depends when I get there which one I see, but it's usually the same person because I'm always there at the same time. And she always promises to share them, But I always wonder. If she just takes all of them home. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know what happened. Dad didn't bring us any cookies this time around. I was in there on Monday this week, and she was like, it's funny because she always just calls me Lieu Dads.
You're doing great, sweetie.
And hello, welcome in. Thank you. I appreciate that, and it's good to see you. The cookies are good too. So like, not for nothing. They look good and they are good. Yeah, I think I do think so, Fudge Darling. I'm pretty sure because I see both of them with some regularity. I go to the post office like once a week, generally speaking. So I don't just send stuff. I have the PO box, and I use that PO box for my, like, all of my mail, like not my mailbox mail, but like if I'm ordering something, I order it to the PO box. It is a regular stop for me. It's funny. Yeah, I bet Lisa, I bet Afternoon Lisa would tell me, because I see Afternoon Lisa okay often enough. Mix, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad the magical popcorn box. That's so funny. I feel like the popcorn, so I'll say this. I stopped using the popcorn in the box because the popcorn took me like an hour and a half to make. And in the interest of consolidating my own time, I have been using newspaper, which I subscribe to and comes to the house for free. But I feel like that should be like what's the word? That should be like a thing, like a grandfathered in, or like a opt-in, or like a channel point thing where it's like use popcorn. But like I would like to request old school cookies. Yeah, I do. I don't know how that would work, but I'm having that thought in this moment. And I did think of you with regard to packaging. Did I use this device to seal important documents in the case of a flood? Not yet. That's a great idea, though. I had not at all considered it for that. / we had a flood in our house earlier this year and had important documents destroyed. So no, and that's a great idea. End of sentence. No, I've only ever used this for food. That was one of the old selling points in the Food Saver commercials. Okay, that's funny. Is Food Saver is the brand, right? I feel like Food Saver. It might have been Food Saver as the brand. I reached out to them a while ago, when I was like starting to do Cookie Club, like a month or two after I started doing it, and was like, hey, will you send me one of these and like will you like basically sponsor me by sending me like a free vacuum sealer that I will use and talk about on stream? And they were like, no. And I was like, cool, thanks. So they're on my I don't like you list. Because they sent one to someone that I follow on Instagram. And I was like, what's the difference here? What's the literal difference here? Because it's not numbers. It's not the metrics. They were just like, no, we don't think that's a good use of our marketing. And I was like, what do what are you literally talking about? So despite the fact that this one was more expensive and more poorly reviewed, I will never get one of them unless they send me one for free. Hey, Food Saver, I'm talking negatively about you. I bet your products work in an acceptable manner. Yeah, they were like, no, we don't think so. I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean no? Like, when you literally gave one to someone else I follow on Instagram who has like 100 followers and doesn't make content. What? Anyway, I was annoyed. I'm also annoyed at this other big brand. I talked about this at the beginning of the stream. We don't know what Twitch is. Can I tell you how often I have, yes, that is a huge barrier, honestly, because people will be like, there's so many companies out there that have like influencer programs, right? On their website, you go to big corporate brand, right? And in the footer of their website, it's like, marketing, and you click that, and then it's like, would you like to get free products for your content from us? Like, fill out this form. And I've filled out probably 15, 20 of them, right? One, I've never gotten a response. Two, I have never gotten a form that had Twitch on it. Not a single one. Yeah, Timmy. I'm not going to say that word out loud because I was bitching about them on stream earlier today, and I sent them a DM on Instagram that was like, what is your problem? What is your actual problem? Like, why are you sponsoring all these people who are not cooking streamers? Like, why are you sponsoring gaming streamers to talk about you? Like, I get it. Like, because they have, 200, 300, whatever concurrent viewers. I sent them a very tactful Instagram message, but it was like, I was bitching. And I sent it to Instagram because I was like, no one's going to look at the corporate email. But if I send it to like a DM to their marketing person on Instagram, maybe they will find it. But yeah, they're like, it's just weird. Live streaming for some reason is still not a thing that people grasp, right? They don't. This isn't even sealed on the bottom. That's weird. They don't, from like a marketing angle, it's like, if they know anything about live streaming, all they see is like, oh, you have 10,000 followers, like, talk to us when you get 20 or whatever. Or it's like, someone's like, oh, I have 200 concurrent viewers. Okay, cool. But like, if I wanted to have 200 concurrent viewers, I could just pay for it. Like, bots are easy to get. I don't want to have that. Like, I don't want to have a channel that's falsely inflated metrics for the purpose of like getting sponsorships. That wouldn't have, like, there's no world that feels good in for me. But they don't understand, like, sponsors don't understand, I don't think, the level, like, what live streaming actually is, or like, how community factors into live streaming. Like, they see likes on Instagram or views on YouTube or like views on TikTok. Like, a comment, is not community. It could be. It depends. I mean, there's plenty of people who have like really engaged Instagram commenters, and that's awesome, and that's different. But it's just fascinating to me. I'm like, yeah, I just see these sponsorships and I'm like, y'all Y'all are sponsoring weird people for the product that you have. Like, I don't understand. I'm positive that it's some marketing agency is like behind that. Like they hired an advertising agency and they were like, you should do this. And so they are, and they don't have a good grasp on it. You know what I mean? Streamer tends not to read chats, too many messages, right? Caretaker, I was watching a stream, and Mix, I feel the same way. I was watching a stream yesterday that regularly has, it's one of the top streams on Twitch. I was watching, anyway, it's Hassan Abi. Like, I don't know. I'm sure that y'all have heard of this person. I don't want to get into like a political discussion. Anyway, I watch Hassan regularly. So functionally, that tells you a lot about me. But I like made a comment on the channel and like in chat, like asked a question. It was like relevant to the topic. It was something he hadn't mentioned yet. And he like read it out loud and then had like a 5-minute discussion about it. And I was like, oh shit. Like it was weird because I've definitely chatted. Like I don't mind chatting in streams like that, like just making a little comment because like no one's ever gonna see it. And I don't know, sometimes it's fun to just say something in those big, quick streams. And every once in a while, like one of the streamer will like read something. You're like, oh my God, am I famous too? No, you're not. I don't see a reason to chat in a channel if the chat is going by a mile a minute. Uncommon says, yeah, same. There's some streamers that I am really, it's so wild because I feel like some folks actually do see, like they see a majority, like a lot of those chats. They don't respond to all of them, right? But like, there's a food and drink streamer who has Barley the Burr. I don't know if any of you all watch this guy. He's really funny, and I really enjoy his streams. I think he has like a really like genuinely amazing energy, and transitioned his whole content from gaming, from being a like VTuber to being like in the kitchen. But anyway, he regularly has like 800, 600 to 800 concurrent viewers. Like it's a big stream. And it's not big on like production. It's big on like people engaging with this person's energy. And like he responds to so many people in that chat. It's incredible. Like it's so rapid fire that it's sometimes it's so rapid fire that it's just like I don't like understand. Like I don't understand how he can see all of it. You know what I mean? It's weird. And it's also neat. It's neat to see. Really practiced, and it's impressive. Mix totally is. Very much is. Now I know for myself, like I don't have chat. Every once in a while there'll be like a bunch of things being said at once in chat, and I miss things. But like I appreciate being able to see the messages that people send. Like it's very rare. I don't always respond to everything because sometimes I just don't feel like responding to it or belaboring a point or whatever. Sometimes I don't feel like I need to respond. But there's also, I know a lot of folks will use third-party tools to view chat. Like for mine, I'm using StreamerBot to read chat. So I can have it highlight certain messages, like not the ones that are like highlight this message, but I could give it a list. I'm like, hey, highlight, sure, anybody who chats who's a subscriber, put like a separate background on their message, or anybody who's like a tier 2 subscriber, or anybody who's on a specific list that I make by hand, you know, like I think a lot of people big streamers use those types of things too. And we'll put like, you know, we'll put specific people that they highlight that it's like, okay, like I don't want to, you know, there's certain folks who you don't want to miss or like don't want to, yeah, who are just like, that's for whatever reason, like in that type of stream. So that's certainly true of how some of those folks work. I don't have that. It doesn't highlight anything for me. The only thing that mine highlights separately is whether or not the message comes from YouTube or Twitch. That's it. Which is helpful to know in order to know how to address it. I don't know. So there's that. Okay, I have run out of cacao nib cookies. I have 3 bags left. Now, I don't think I actually need to pack these bags. I think we have enough as it is. So, if not, if I pack the boxes later and I end up not having enough, I will package up 3 more bags. But otherwise, I think I'm pretty good with this, with the packaging, which is awesome. We did all of our baking and packaging in a tight 5 hours and 24 minutes. That might be I wonder if that's the quickest I've ever gotten through making and packing cookies. It can't be. We have to have been done quicker before. We have to have been finished in a quicker timeline than that before. But I don't know. That was pretty efficient. I've been getting a lot more efficient about Cookie Club stuff. I have already shaped and addressed the boxes, made the little packets, done the cards. Everything's ready. Now the cookies are done. Like literally all I have to do is put these in boxes and tape them up. Pretty great. I'm pretty happy with the efficiency of all of that. And it leaves me with enough time to like clean up a little bit. Which is kind of amazing. That doesn't always happen. Usually I finish up on Cookie Club Day and I have something to get to like immediately. But that is not the case today. We're actually we did really well today. Oh my God. Bella, it's not buying fresh produce. You know, I haven't heard news of what you're talking about. But I'm going to go look it up. These are really good. They're very good. Oh, is this still like the worm? Let me say it this way. Is this the worm thing that could have been prevented, but we now have to pay more for? Is that the thing? The thing that we cut the preventative program for, and now is a problem that we have to have a much more expensive program to do. Is that the one? I feel like that's the one. It's got to be. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's awesome. We love that. Love that. I would definitely be going to the farmer's market anyway. Generally. So, I'll look into it. It says multiple states. Great. That's awesome. Fantastic. Yeah, that seems like a problem. I'm not I've been sort of following, if we're talking about the same thing, I've been sort of following it, but not enough to like not enough to speak to it with any confidence or authority. Explosive diarrhea. Great. That sounds wonderful. That sounds like that's fantastic. I hope to avoid that. Generally speaking. Okay. Let's see who else is on the internet today doing the live streaming. We have a couple folks. I think I might raid someone who I'm looking to see if there's some folks that we have not. I'm looking at who I'm following, and then I'm looking at oh, hold on. Let me look at the let's look at the community live section of the Discord, because this is the one of these are like folks who I would enjoy rating. Let's see. Is this? Oh no, you're definitely not live. Okay, so these folks are not live anymore. Cool. You know what? We haven't rated. Let's see. Do we want to do? I have a question. My store's produce are very cheap right now, right? Yeah. Maybe just cook it. Maybe just cook it really well. Do we want to do music? Instrument? Do we want to do instrument playing? DJ? Or do we want to stick with food? I have 3 folks that I would like to raid. Bag salad. Yeah. Oh my God. Melis, why is it always bagged salad? Why is it like always bagged spinach? Bagged spinach is like, what did I do? New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Yes, we fucking did it. We got it, guys. We're in. We are a part of the problem. Those people don't wash them. Right. They don't wash their hands either. Which is awful, but accurate. Let's see. I don't trust anything that says pre-washed. No. Totally not. Totally not. Let's see. I think I would like to rate someone we haven't actually ever rated before. Can we do that? We're going to keep it in the food category today. As much as I love a few, I'm going to, yeah, we'll keep it in food today. I think we're going to raid, where are they? Damn it. I lost it. Where is it? Oh, there they are. Okay, we're going to raid someone who I have not raided before, who is in the Twitch Creator Club. Their name is Shams. It means sun. Their Twitch username is It Means Sun. And they're making Vietnamese tamarind quail, which sounds phenomenal and kind of delicious. I see another person in their chat who whose presence I enjoy and trust. And they have several tags on their channel, which I find really amusing and tongue-in-cheek, kind of funny, including food yapper, performative male, and who put a brown guy on screen. This person is very funny, and there's a cute dog in the background, so we love that. Before we raid over there, and then there's still obviously cooking. So we've definitely not raided this person before, but they're in the food and drink club. I think hung out and lurked on their channel like a time or two, but not super often. And I have a few minutes here where I don't have to like be somewhere, so I can like clean up and actually like listen to the stream, which is kind of nice. So y'all, that is gonna be it for today. If you are a member of our cookie club, or if you've been, if your name came out of the bowl this time, I'm gonna be sending y'all cookies. We are gonna be live. You know what? I was gonna say we're gonna be live again next week, but I honestly don't know. We have a little family trip coming up next week. That is gonna be not in the city, and I'm not taking any of my IRL stuff with me, because it would be kind of a hassle, and it's like a family thing. And I may be live on Monday or Tuesday next week, but if I am not, I'm sorry. So next week might be an off week for me. If that is the case, I will definitely miss y'all, because I enjoy hanging out and streaming. It's one of my little pleasures in life, because I enjoy the company. It's why I started streaming in the first place, so I could chat with y'all. I didn't know y'all specifically when I started streaming, but now I do appreciate the community and the company and like hanging out, and the folks that come in, for a little while or hang out for the whole stream. So I appreciate sort of everyone. I appreciate everyone. Anyway, we're gonna raid It Means Sun. We're gonna be live again when we are, which is I don't really know, and it will be in Discord no matter what. So let's start that raid. There we go. Okay, starting that raid. There it is. All right, cool. Here are a few raid message. Maybe where the fuck is it on my thing? There it is.
Good night, sweet prince.
Aw. Here are a few raid messages in chat. If you want to copy and paste them, great. If you want to say your own thing, that's fine too. And you know what? You don't have to say anything. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your evening. I appreciate you, and I hope that you have a lovely dinner. I'm sure that you're like starting to make dinner right now. We have our social media links in chat. Those are there currently. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out today. I appreciate you. We're live. We're live when we're live. There's links in chat to find out the calendar, the Discord, and all that. So I hope you have a good one. Thank you for